using as a tool to really, drive all our agenda to Lagosians. It is education and technology are making Lagos a 21st century economy. The theme of the summit cannot be discussed by a public institution in isolation of the local and international development finance institution, organized private sectors, non-profit organizations, and even the grassroots in the country. The collaboration and partnership with these stakeholders will surely reduce unemployment, and our citizens will have sustainable jobs and save for investment. Reduction of social vices, economic growth, which will in turn increase the per capita income and help the prosperous society, is achieved, and there will be prosperity that we are looking for all. And Lagos will also be aligning with the global sustainable development goals of SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, and 17. I commend the initiative of LSCTF on this and its various initiatives and the collaborative effort of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, which all complements the initiative of Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment in the state and in creating sustainable wealth to Lagos citizens. Sincere appreciation goes to my governor, Mr. Governor, my boss, a very compassionate man, the man who, for so many reasons, have received a lot of accolade and encomium for supporting most initiatives. And I thank you for supporting the programs of LSCTF and Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. And all Lagos are equally grateful for your kind gestures, sir, in absentia. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and the impact afterwards will benefit our society. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for Honorable Mrs. Yetunde Arubieke, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much for that wonderful opening remark. Let's put our hands together for her, please, as she gets off the stage. Thank you very much for giving us an idea of how important wealth creation is to Lagos State. So without any further ado, we're going to start the day. We're going to have a presentation by Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, who is the MD and CEO of Sterling Bank. He's joining us via Zoom. Abubakar, welcome to the conference. We're very happy to have you with us. And without any further ado, the stage is all yours. So let's put our hands together for him, albeit the virtual presentation. Over to you, Abubakar. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. And I apologize that I'm not able to be there in person. I would have loved to be with you at the venue. Let me ask for the indulgence of the audience to stand on the existing protocol as laid out by the Honorable Commissioner, because I've got only 10 minutes and I want to make the best use of it. What I hope to do today is share some stories of what we have done. Is that there are two important levers you can pull. The first lever you can pull is to look.
So we seem to be having an interruption. There you go. Yeah, okay. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So I said that our approach is to look at the problem of unemployment from the two important levers that we think can be pulled. The first one is to look at what others will call the problems or the challenges. We think of them as the opportunities. And this is the supply side lever. it is what gave birth to the Sterling Bank Heart. If you've heard about Sterling Bank, we have education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transport as 5 critical sectors where there was a significant supply deficit. The deficit is still there, and those deficits position to supply the needs of the country. But unfortunately, we were exporting. Tourism. We were importing education by sending children abroad. We were importing food. We had a significant food bill, even though we had all the resources to produce our food. And of course, you know about the energy crisis and the fact that we were producing crude petroleum and importing refined petroleum. And we also saw a supply gap with transport. So our thought process was, how can you intervene in this sector to create opportunities? The first major one we did was in the agri sector, and that was something you could only do with full support of the federal government and the central government of Nigeria, as well as the MDAs. We've also had the same kind of collaboration with Lagos State, where we are able to bring in financing, bring in some level of technology, and of course, with some change in government policy, we have been able to improve food production and food security, and in the process, we created employment. The next stage, of course, is to move beyond primary production to food processing and hopefully to export. The same is also true of healthcare, and the challenges that we were highlighting in health became obvious to healthcare has two, again, very, very opportunities. The first one is at the lower end, where we are competing with people who today have absolutely no access to formal health access to health. So again, we have been putting financing and technology behind that, and right now, as we speak, there are only 2 million Nigerians that to be optimal, we should have close to 7% of our population in institutions of higher level schools. And that means that with the states struggling to provide all the other social services, in the education space, to create systems, to create platforms, to rethink and some thinking of both primary and secondary education. We think that you could easily create them children today. And again, I will quickly roll away from that and talk a little bit about renewable energy, where, as you know, we've got this massive not only are they very harmful and inefficient, obviously they don't create nearly as many jobs as you can create interesting success. Those of you who follow me, we are in the process of taking
So we appear to be having some connection issues, and I think the issue is on the other end. So we'll try and reconnect. I don't know if you... Can you say something? So it seems to be frozen. So just so that we can stick to time, we'll pause that for now. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, the MD of Sterling Bank. Thank you so much for that presentation, and we apologize for the issues with technology. And just to kind of wrap up what he said, definitely in terms of building wealth within the state, partnerships are extremely important. So without any further ado, we're going to start the first plenary for the day. And essentially, we're going to be talking about partnering for impact. What are the critical drivers of youth employment? And I'm very excited about this panel session. Please put your hands together for the moderator, Ms. Tosin Faniro Dada, who's the MD and CEO of Endeavor Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes onto the stage. Please, I'm going to read out the speakers on your panel. Ms. Etemore Glover, Project Lead at the Impact Investors Foundation of Nigeria, IIF. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Etemore Glover. Marcus Wakush Kun, Head of SEDIN Program at GIZ. Let's put our hands together for him. Dr. Amara Kun Bandara, Senior Economic Advisor at UNDP. Let's keep the claps going. Please, thank you. Be generous with your claps. And last but not least, Dr. Laura Johannesson, MD Elevate and Tech Experts Africa. Let's put our hands together for our first panel. And Tosin, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Great. Yep. Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Welcome to the first plenary session of Day 2. Our topic is Partnering for Impact, Critical Drivers of Youth Employment. Before I start on the topic, I would like to just set some context about this topic. I am glad to be here with the key stakeholders that are driving youth employment in Nigeria. The drive for youth employment should be a collective responsibility of the public and private sector, academia, and our friends from the international development agencies. Partnerships are so important, now even more so. The right partnerships can be transformational and highly impactful. We've seen more productive partnerships and programs focused on supporting youth employment. More recently, from organizations like the LSETF, UNDP, Impact Investors Foundation, Elevate, and GIZ, all from whom you will hear from at this panel. Unfortunately, the employment numbers for Nigeria have not been favorable, made even worse by the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a report released by Bloomberg in August 2021, Nigeria had the third highest unemployment rate of 33.3% on a global list of 82 countries. On the flip side, corporate organizations and employers have faced a tough time finding skilled talent to fill their available positions. In my day job, working with high-growth entrepreneurs in Nigeria, the number one challenge that entrepreneurs face is around people and talent. Beyond the fact that not enough jobs are available, our current workforce cannot fill the open roles effectively. And so the objective of this session is to discuss ways to ensure that valuable partnerships are created to drive youth employment and that these partnerships are optimized for long-term sustainability. And so with that, I would start the discussion. I would ask each of my panelists to please just take 30 seconds, introduce yourself, your organization, and then we can kickstart the conversation. And I would start from Marcus. I'm not going to try and pronounce your last name. I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is it working?
Yeah, it's right.
Yes. Thank you so much, and good morning all to the second day of this great conference. I'm Marcus Schwarschko, and I'm heading the SEDIN program, which is the Pro-Poor Growth and Promotion of Employment program of GIZ Nigeria. You know GIZ as part of the German Development Corporation, and in this case also we implement on behalf of the European Union as well the support for the business side to support MSMEs to be able to absorb more employment in Nigeria and also to create a higher level of income. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here. My name is Etemarie Maria Glover. I'm the projects lead at the Impact Investors Foundation, and recently we established a National Advisory Board for Impact Investing. And impact investing is just simply the capital you get from private sector that addresses both social challenges as well as financial returns for investors. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lars Johannesson. I'm representing Tech Experts Nigeria and also Elevate, a digital skilling company here in Nigeria. We've been here since the last 4 years, and I think we've got a very positive story. Many times we talk about the skill challenge and talent challenge. I think I'm going to contribute today with our reality that has been extremely positive. So absolutely, thanks to be here.
Good morning. This is Amar Khan, Senior Economic Advisor from UNDP in Nigeria, based in Abuja. We basically support the government and other stakeholders in development, especially targeting the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Great focus is on, support to federal as well as state development planning. Those are SDG aligned. Integrated national financing, as Etemo said, investment, impact investments, and of course, employment. We have a great partnership with LSCTF throughout these years. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, so to start the conversation, I'd like us to talk about the skill gap and how to close it. And so my first question would be to Lars. So Lars, the future of work and the workforce is changing dramatically. And this change is driven by technology, globalization, demographics, and social values. And we see that certain skills that were non-existent 20 years ago are now sought after. Skills such as data scientists, cloud computing specialists, and even content creators. And we know that Elevate is doing great work in championing digital skills. And so my question is, what are some critical sectors and industries that you think can drive sustainable employment, especially when we talk about the jobs of the future?
Thanks, Tosin. Complex question. To predict is very complex, and to predict the future is even worse, okay? But let me try. Number one, I think we should change the narrative a bit. When we talk about, sustainable employments, I don't think we can have sustainable employments because change has never been as slow as it is today. Therefore, I think we should talk about sustained employability. That means that we, partners in the whole ecosystem, needs to talk about the time to digital proficiency, the time it takes for us to adapt and learn and therefore become employable in the market. To have and maintain a fixed job, that was probably something part of my dad's generation and maybe even before that. That is not part of the future. So future job is a liquid workforce. It is a changing workforce. And if I put that into context of the critical sectors, I think maybe Mr. Suleiman made a good comment though, and that is about health, healthcare, I think agriculture, and also think that education are three extremely strong pillars. But all of those sectors are enabled by technology. Technology can actually reduce the cost per transaction, the cost to access to healthcare, the cost to produce, cost to be skilled. It can also increase the reach. So I'd say all these three sectors, even four, whatever you can find, needs to be enabled by technology. So therefore, it will inspire all of us. So regardless where you're coming from or what you represent, to become employable, we need to adapt and we need to skill ourselves for whatever sector you're working in. And that is probably the very long answer to your good question, Tosin.
Thank you, Lars. Absolutely, I agree that technology will enable us to skill. But I think also, as we think about technology, there's the fear that people would lose their jobs, especially as we think about digitization. And so I'm still going to stay with you, Lars.
Yeah.
How do you think the youth can continually gather relevant skills, hard skills, technical skills, soft skills, to be able to fit into the evolving digital landscape?
Yeah, I think I come back to what you said before about fear. I think change is something we should embrace, but also it comes with a lot of fear. To change is not easy, not for youth, not for my age either, but it's a fact of reality. So that's problem number one. And the next thing, you know, I think we need to change a bit of the concept around youth. This discussion is not always about the youth. I think it's broader than the youth, because today we need to, number one, skill, and that is something you do in your youth. Then we need to upskill, which means that you adapt your competence level to whatever thing that happens at that time. And thirdly, you need to reskill. And if you think of skill, upskill and reskill, you actually not talk about youth anymore. You talk about any single sector, and you also talk about every single person. And I think maybe previous generation, like my dad's, etc., they got away with not doing the reskilling and upskilling. That is not something we all of us going to get away. So we need to have this very agile understanding of the adaptation and constant learning. And if I could give any kind of advice, I mean, we work with, and we hired 2,000 Nigerians here in Lagos today. 2,000. If anything I can tell the youth, and that has proven tremendously successful for us, is that there's a lot of learning taking place. There's a lot of agility by the youth actually to learn, and as soon as the private sector that I represent here pitch in, nurture that talent that we have in this country, in this city, then the outcome is good. The outcome is good. So as a youth, you know, probably take any opportunity to learn, take any opportunity to do internship, take any opportunity to be ready to shift sector and understand how we can pitch it.
Constant learning and upskilling, super important. All right, so I'm going to move to Etemore. Etemore, you've worked closely on various initiatives to strengthen the educational system. How do you think stakeholders can leverage opportunities in the education sector to closing the skill gap?
Thank you very much, Tessie, for that question. Maybe just to correct you a little bit, I didn't participate in strengthening the educational system at Knowledge Exchange Center. What we did was to identify the skills gap in the market and provide solutions to, you know, closing the gap. Because what you find out that in the job market, the skills available is not what employers are looking for. And so it was important that we bridge that gap. And so we carried out various initiatives. But to go to your question in what stakeholders can do to take advantage of the opportunities in the educational sector and to skill up, I think first and foremost, we must look at our curriculum. How agile is our curriculum? Does it meet the needs of the workplace, the 21st century? We need to partner with the National Educational Research Development Council to come up with curriculum that is relevant. And I think the current opportunity that we have right now, which is great, is the Universal Basic Education Program that the federal government instituted in 1999 that allows children of primary school age to junior secondary to have free compulsory education. I'm not going to talk about how we are implementing that, but that is there. So young children have 9 years free compulsory education. That's the beginning platform where we can start thinking of the curriculum to get them to skill up for the future of work. Now, the question is, the government isn't invested enough in education. The budget of 2022, I think was about 5.6% that was allocated to education. Excuse me. And if you compare that to the UNESCO's prescribed allocation, about 26%, which is quite huge. But the government itself cannot do it alone. I mean, we can't do that alone. For years, centuries, we've had faith-based organizations been contributing to education in Nigeria. You have so many schools. My parents went to Catholic and Christian schools. You see, partnership is very important. It's so important. So one of the things we want to see is strengthen partnership, taking advantage of this universal basic education which the government is providing, government also increasing the budget. I think because of the low investment in universal basic education, 24 states were not able to get counterpart funding from UBEC. So 2 in 3 children do not have access to early stage education in Nigeria. But the great thing that I'm really excited about is what private sector is doing. So many private organizations, institutional organizations, like my former organization, they're helping children go to school. They're helping young people skill up. They're helping, so the government needs to be very proactive. We need to get all of them together in a structure that works. Has it been done before? Yes. We need to start thinking proactively, taking advantage of what is currently going on globally. We need to also partner with other countries who are doing similar things, or countries that are in the same place as we are in Nigeria, to partner with them and to learn. We're not trying to invent the wheel, but we're trying to see how we can bring in innovative ideas to solve the educational problem in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Etemari. I hear collective responsibility. I hear let's not reinvent the wheel and let's partner more, which leads me into my next segment, which is on building partnerships, resources and tools for effective partnerships. And so I would start with you, Marcus. Knowing that getting a solid commitment and buy-in from stakeholders is critical to project implementation and sustainability. And obviously you have a lot of experience with SEDIN, working with various stakeholders in both public and private sectors. And so my question is, what ways can you share with us that has worked for the SEDIN program to improve commitment from stakeholders for capacity building and job creation?
Yeah, thanks, Tosin, for this question. Success breeds success. So if we can provide a good model how we can support a state government, or in collaboration also with associations of the private sector, a model which creates employment that brings stakeholders on board. Our observation is that we have to address the support for the business side in a very holistic way. So we have to acknowledge that government agencies, ministries have their mandate, which is very top-down. A lot of people here in the room already know that it's the economics, it's the port, it's health, it's environment. If you are able to bring stakeholders together with the private sector in a public-private dialogue and allow them to understand the perspective of the private sector, to put them into the shoes of the private sector, to understand that, yes, of course, there is the need for a product to be not a threat to the consumer or not a problem for the overall economy, that the banks have specific requirements, that the society have a particular request for a regulatory framework, but on the other hand, it has to be manageable for the business, in particular for the startup, for the small business owner, and even more if you are in an area which is somehow uncharted water. When you talk about, like Lars mentioned, the area of digitalization, we talk about a lot of areas where we do not have the regulation so far. It will be developed, and like in e-commerce, we saw that somehow the last mile of delivery by Okadas is now regulated and things like that. So it's all interconnected. Every agency, of course, they have the mandate, but they have also to understand that it has an impact on the business operation, on making them understand that working together and reducing the redundancies, you don't have to provide the same information to multiply institutions. One-stop investment opportunities, that you only have to talk once to an agency. Ideally, you would have also one single payment system, that you don't have to provide each payment, each time a new payment to another government agency. That would help businesses a lot, and that will also create the necessary employment on the business side. Business needs some predictability. They have to know what will happen. There's the need for transparency. Do I comply with all the necessary regulations? What is happening now is that quite often businesses, in particular startups who do not have the long experience, assume that they comply, and out of the blue some other agency comes and asks for another document or another payment. This should not happen. So we need the transparency. This, as I said, requires the understanding of all government agencies on the federal level as well as on the state level. And here we have a huge need for also the linkages between the federal and the state levels to improve the understanding on the government side. What is necessary for the business to comply with rules and to be able to invest, which also means the also foreign investment and to create jobs. So from our side, when we are able to show and demonstrate that in a particular sector we are able, for a particular product, we are able to do that jointly with SON and NAFTAC and others to create this environment, then we are able to increase from this small plant more into an area of partnership. And LSETF is a great example here where we have this great collaboration and start from here. And LSETF is also a great example of an agency which has a reach out to other agencies in Lagos State as well. And we have also this great collaboration with the Office for the SDGs and Investment, looking at enabling business environment. So this helps a lot if you have success to create a model which others can adapt on.
Thank you, Marcus. And, like you said, this is why we have dialogues like this. Public sector is here, private sector is here, and we also have our friends from the international development agencies. Okay, so I would move to you, Dr. Bandara. You've worked closely with policymakers and governments across the continent. In your experience with developing, implementing strategies and measuring impact, what resources do you think are required to establish successful partnerships, particularly from government?
Well, I think both the financial and non-financial resources are very important for successful partnerships. We all know the importance of financial resources. The more you get, we are happy. But we want to also make sure that there is value for money and it has a greater impact, and also the beneficiaries are inclusive. This is not just our own thinking, but globally we like to see whenever we have these partnerships who is benefiting from the money we spend. These are some of the important things that we look at, whether it is, say, women or youth, disabled people, all these, the vulnerable groups in particular, we like to see that they are benefiting from the partnerships we create. Some interesting models of financing I have seen throughout the continent. One particular one I have seen here relates to what we are having with the LSETF. A 50-50 contribution in terms of financial contributions. The beauty of that kind of equal partnership is that you feel you are also owned. You own that process as well, and also it displays the commitment of the other partner that we are serious and we are bringing some money. Can you bring the other half, right? That is a very good message that we can give. Into the table. If, say, for example, you are not in a position to bring in finance, are you able to bring in the technical or other resources to the table? Capacities, that can help implement the projects effectively. But at the same time, I see there are very important non-financial resources that we have seen. Like, say, for example, depending on the strategic nature of the partnerships that we are talking, those can go far. I will give one example that we are working with the government. One is, it's not related to employment generation per se, but broader financing that also linked to employment in different ways. It is the Integrated National Financing Framework. What we are trying to partner with the government and other stakeholders, when I say other stakeholders, it relates to EU, it relates to IFIs, the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and the private sector, all stakeholders. We know that there's a huge gap in terms of financing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It's $125 trillion, 125 trillion naira, 300 billion US dollars within, say, 10-year period from 2020 to 2030, with a financing gap of 10 billion US dollars a year. What we are trying to do with the government is to see how we can create an environment that enables investors to come in, both foreign as well as local investors to invest in Nigeria. The important aspect of this initiative is the leadership of the government. The government is committed to be a champion of integrated national financing, and we also expose them to the global initiatives as well. So the chairman of the steering committee, senior minister of finance and budget and national planning, she is very willing to go and share the Nigerian experience because she has the commitment to become a champion, right? So this is one of the initiatives. And another critical one we just started is the Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship, directly related to employment. You mentioned about 33% of unemployment, that is before the pandemic. But now, I heard yesterday it was about 40% now.
Oh, wow.
And among the youth, it could be even higher. Even before the pandemic, 5% of the youth are either unemployed or underemployed, right? This is one of the reasons why the government and the other stakeholders are trying to think anew as to what kind of initiatives we can start. That Jubilee Fellowship is a different partnership that we have. It is not, say, targeting training the people or the young people who are coming out of the school or universities, but we are trying to put them directly to work with the private sector. Give a stipend, right? Work with them for 1 year or so, right? And then probably the private sector can absorb. We can learn lessons from the LSCTF as well. I can remember 2 years ago when we had the project boards, we were evaluating the first cycle we had with them. And if I can remember correct, only half of the trainees were absorbed by the firms. They couldn't, I mean, if I can remember, that is the share that they secured jobs. But then we tried to evaluate ourselves as to what we can do to make sure that they are absorbed by the private sector. Now I see from the latest report, 97% of the certified trainees are absorbed to the private sector immediately, right? It is only 3% that is that are yet to secure jobs. Maybe they are already secured jobs by now. Now, this initiative under the Jubilee Fellowship Program, it's a different initiative because we are not going to train them, but we are trying to partner with the private sector, but facilitate through financing this stipend to them. Looking at the 5.5 million new entrants to the labor market, targeting 20,000 people through these kind of initiatives is drop in the ocean, right? But at least it gives a message that certain things can be done, like for example through LECTF, the partnership we have, it is training about maybe 5,000, 10,000 maximum, but it gives a very strong message. Things can be done if we have these strong partnerships. So in terms of resources, we talked about financial resources as well as the non-financial strategic initiatives that we can think of. But at the same time, I have seen several other areas, sometimes that doesn't work. Like say for example, if you try to, right from the beginning, display your self-interest, somewhat very corrupt, right? If you bring in some of the stakeholders, what they are looking for is just sometimes money for themselves or their relatives. It has happened. If you give that message, it is going to kill the whole initiative right from the beginning, right? It has happened many times. And at the same time, the trust you can build has a strong, very important role to play. I can remember in another country, we were trying to bring in the key stakeholders to the table to have a plan to implement the National Development Plan. A country is struggling to get out of the challenges they are facing. So everybody was willing to come to the table. But once you went to certain distance, we noticed the government has some hesitance to trust some of the partners, the key ones, and it completely killed the whole process. We couldn't go beyond that point. So that whole process, in fact, after a while, we spent some money, of course. It was a kind of waste of resources, I would say. So these are very important, building trust, displaying that you are able to implement the programs effectively, bring in the non-technical resources like technical capacity, the managerial abilities, just like we have done through the LECTF. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bandara. We have less than 10 minutes left, and I would like to take some questions from the audience. But before we do that, I think it's very important that we touch on M&E, monitoring and evaluation of partnerships. And so this question is to Marcus. Very quickly, if you can just tell us what practical ways and key metrics do you think can effectively measure the impact of partnerships for employability projects?
We look at multipliers. So if we with government partners or with chambers or with business associations, we try as a program, as a GIZ program, not to cover 100%, but to be an initiator for progress and try to measure then what is happening from our intervention, but also what is following from that. That is in particular more true for the areas where we involve the private sector, as the private sector obviously comes with own interest and own investments. So in partnership with private sector, domestic as well as foreign, we try to separate the results of our intervention with the multiplier effect, what is coming through our cooperation with the private sector as additional employment, in our case, in increased income for families, for households. We measure how long, or if the business is still in place after a specific number of years, to measure the sustainability. We measure eligibility for bank credits, if they're able to get a credit for the bank. These are the kind of indicators we use.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus. So we can go to questions now. If you have questions, please just raise your hand and the host will find you with the microphone.
I think we can only take one.
We can only
because
take one?
we don't have much
Okay,
time.
so just one question. And please just let us know who your question is directed to.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ms. Ronka Kosoko Oyewo, CEO, Employment Clinic. I work extensively in the maritime and shipping industry, transport, logistics, and as well as renewables. Mine is not a question. For the past decade, the Lagos State government has done a lot in trying to improve the Apapa economy, and also working on the Lekki Port, which at the beginning was to create 165,000 jobs. And that job is about to be unleashed, but unfortunately our graduates don't have the skills. We know what to do, and we are doing it. We are bridging the gaps. We empower with their skills. We give internship. And right now we are on a project of about 10,000 graduates. It's something that has worked, and we are coming to you, LSCTF. We've worked with Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. Ntisiriki, thank you for your support so far.
Okay,
so
thank you
just
very much.
1 minute. I've
We just
spoken
want
to
questions.
Mr. Marcus
Okay.
and LSCTF together. How do we scale this in such a manner that Lagos State and its partners, as well as Employment Clinic, can really give the right skills to available graduates to be able to fill the jobs at the Lekki Port, which is replacing the Apapa Port?
Do you understand?
And I would like to work with you on that. Thank you.
I think it goes not only particular to me, but for me, coming from the business perspective, the right skills are what the business needs. So it's not, you should not draw it from the government perspective alone and decide what skills are needed. As Itamor and Lars have already pointed out, the business will drive the skills requirement, and that will also change over time. So I think if we have on the LSCTF side a support structure which is very much adapted to the needs of the private sector, I do not really see a gap here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all we have time for. Thank you, Dr. Bandara. Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Etemore, and thank you, Marcus. And thank you, everyone, for listening to this session.
Let's put our hands together for our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, Joseph, for moderating that panel session. If all the speakers could please take a picture in the middle of the stage. Just kindly look towards our photographers. I loved what you all talked about, essentially SDG 17, which is partnerships for the goals. So I really hope that moving forward, more collaboration between stakeholders will be evident as it comes to unemployment in the country and the region. So thank you. Let's put our hands together for our speakers and for our lovely moderator, Ms. Tofin Tranyo Dada, MD and CEO of Endeavor Nigeria. Thank you so much to all the speakers. You may leave this way. Let's put our hands together for our speakers as they exit the stage. That was a very great panel session, and I wish that we had more time. Apologies for that. So as you know, our keynote speech was slightly interrupted due to technological issues. So Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, who's the MD and CEO of Sterling Bank, is back with us, and he will speak with us for about 5 minutes. So, Abubakar, I'm not sure if you're there. If you could please make yourself available.
I am, and I can hear you now.
Okay, we can
perfect.
see and hear you too.
We're happy to
Please
have
go
you
ahead.
back. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump straight into it. The good news is that the internet failure is not a Nigerian problem. I'm not in the country right now. So clearly, we're not the only one with problems. I was talking about the supply side and how Sterling Bank uses the hard sector as a way to capture the opportunities that would also create employment. But I will limit myself to speak only about one from the supply side, and I'll move to the demand side. And that is what we are thinking and doing in education. So there is a problem in Nigeria where not enough people are getting access to universities or getting the education they need. There is another problem where even those who have been to universities are unemployed. And there is a third problem where some of them that are employed are not actually equipped for the job. So we need to think about that as a holistic problem. We are now trying to integrate existing universities with online universities that have access to more resources and more faculty, and we're then integrating them with the workplace. So the people who who become students are interning in workplaces where they are learning. And the last phase of that is we want to now turn experienced people in workplaces to become adjunct lecturers or faculty so that they can then begin to also train people on the job. I agree that that's the only way you can block the huge gap between the number of people who are in school, the number of people who need to be in school, and more importantly, the fact that we have a lot of job opportunities but not enough people who can take on those jobs. The second side to us, to our approach, is to look at the demand side, where the more people can afford to pay for goods and services, the more the employers will produce. It's as simple as that. And sometimes you need to trigger the consumption so that the demand will then trigger employers to employ more people, and that will then lead to employment. And one of the ways to do that is through funding retail consumption. We have been at the forefront of funding retail consumption. We first started by building digital platforms that allowed us to increase our digital lending 20-fold in 3.5 years, from say 5 billion to 106 billion last year. But the bigger part now is that we are working with merchants, about 5,000 of them right now, where we enable their customers to buy now and pay later, thereby giving them the opportunity to purchase now and obviously driving the economy forward. So this is that you have to do on both sides. And the moment one side is weak, the supply side is weak, what we tend to find is that we are looking to import things that we should not be importing, and we don't have the financial resources or the foreign exchange to import. If the supply side is weak, what you then have is that the capacity utilization becomes poor in companies, and once capacity utilization is poor, not only do they start to wind down, we also see that new investment doesn't come in. Obviously, this is primarily the job of government to monitor both the demand and supply side and to trigger what is required to change. But every corporate business, every individual should also see the same opportunity. So, for instance, if you are trying to start a business today, look for what people are complaining about. Every single area where people are complaining represents an opportunity to start a business and to create employment. And that is what we think of as businesses. As much as I would love to spend a bit more time and talk about what we're doing, it's not feasible today. And so I will close by saying that we see energy transition as a big opportunity for employment in Nigeria. And so we've taken on the job of turning our 17-story head office building into a green building, which will be the first building in sub-Saharan Africa that will be powered entirely by solar. We're using the BIPV building model, where the body of the building itself is wrapped up in solar and generates the energy we need. Why is this important? This single project created hundreds of jobs over that. So at this point, I will round up and I will encourage everyone to continue to collaborate. Thank you, if you can still hear me.
Yes, we can, and thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Abubakar Suleiman? Thank you so much for making the time to join us.
Thank you very much, Abubakar Suleiman, CEO of Sterling Bank, for joining us and for continuing your keynote presentation. So I hope that everyone is doing well and enjoying the content for today. There's a slight change in schedule, and we're going to start off with the presentation of the Innovation Challenge winners. So we started off today with the Innovation Challenge participants in the other room, and we're ready to announce the winners and present the Innovation Challenge winners. So I'd like to invite a couple of special guests to join us in announcing the winners. So Mr. Hakeem Pham, who's the Honorary Commissioner of Science and Technology. So please kindly put your hands together for him and allow me to stand on existing protocols. Mrs. Bola Adeshola, who is the chairperson, LACTF Board of Trustees. Let's put our hands together for her, as well as she comes onto the stage to announce the winners. And last but not least, Mr. Bolade Sinari Darinijo, who is a member at LACTF Board of Trustees and the representative of the Innovation Challenge judges. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Bolade Sinari Darinijo. Thank you very much for joining us, and I think this is extremely exciting. So over to you as we find out who the winners are. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have the information yet? No? All right. Can we have the details of the winners, please, so we can give them to our presenters? Do we have the results?
So the results will be coming up very shortly. Just please kindly give us some time. So I can see the plaques to the left-hand side of the room. All right, so I think we're ready to go.
You can use this.
Sorry,
Okay,
sir, your mask.
For the picture, yes.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the benefit of the audience, we had the Innovation Challenge, which had been going on for some time. We had 169 entries, and we finally drove them down to the last 5. So earlier this morning, we actually got the final pitch from the different entrepreneurs. So we're about to, so the results this morning, we had 5 people, and we'll start from the bottom. Big A, which was one of the companies that they got 47%. We also have Adjovest, which got 69.7%. And we had a company, Lenam, that got 74%. And the runner-up is C-Dial, who got 74.3%. So the overall winner for the challenge this morning is a company called Sabitich. Are the representatives around? Congrats. So present the plate to Sabitich.
Do you mind just moving to the center of the stage, please? Thank you very much.
Okay. Excellent.
So Sabitich, there you have it, your winner. Please, another round of applause for Sabitich. It's been a competitive process, and they have emerged winners. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, let's quick photograph. All right, thank you very much. And what is
So the second, the first runner-up is C-Dial. Cabo.
Congratulations to C-Dial. Congratulations again to CDAO. And to the second runner-up.
Lenam, okay. Okay, so the second runner-up is Lenam. Congrats. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again to the winners. And of course, many thanks to Ms. Bola Adeshola and the others who have helped us present those to the winners. You want to? All right, so moving on, we had scheduled a tea break, but what we're going to do now in the interest of saving time is that the refreshments will come to you. So please stay seated. You will receive them shortly, and we'll move on to the very next panel. So Lena will be announcing that now.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you so much. So I'd like to introduce the next pre-presentation, which is by Mr. Kalani Lefer, who's the founder and CEO of COOP. This will be a virtual pre-recorded conversation, and to introduce who he is the head of employability at LSATF, Mr. Kaylin Christian. So please kindly put your hands together with him as he briefly introduces our next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to introduce Mr. Kalani Lefer to you. My mentee Kalani studied history in Stanford, started a career with Google, joined McKinsey in Dubai and in Switzerland. His mother is Swiss, his father is American. And at the age of 28, he decided not more to work and use his brain and talents for big companies. He started his own thing. He studied the apprenticeship system in Switzerland and set up an amazing initiative in the Bronx in New York, dealing with young students who drop out and start a career in social media marketing. Please enjoy.
Thank you. If the back end, if you could please play the video by Mr. Kalani Lefer. Thank you. So it seems that we can't hear him. Yeah, so I think in order to just save on time, we're going to move on to the next panel. So please kindly allow me to introduce the next panelist for plenary session 4. So learning from history, a case study of apprenticeship systems. So the panelists are Dr. Henrietta Onbugbuize, who is the moderator. She's the director of Entrepreneurship Innovation Center at the Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. So please kindly welcome Dr. Henrietta with a round of applause as she comes onto the stage. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Namdi Ezegbo, who is the founder and CEO of Slot Systems Limited. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Nandi. Mr. Obi Asika, who is the founder of Africa Next. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Obi Asika. Ms. Joyce Awoshika, who is the founder and CEO of Ariki Group. And last but not least, Mrs. Maxine Pitet, Project and Business Development Manager at Aldelia Manpower. So welcome to all our panelists, and over to you, our moderator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us here today. We have a very rich and mixed set of panelists with great ideas to share. I thought I would just start this session off by providing some overview as to why this session is really, really important. We all know that in every country, whether developed or developing, SMEs provide the highest number of employments. So SMEs are not just employers, they are job creators, they are solution providers. And here in Nigeria, they provide over 80% of employment, which means that, depending on the statistics you look at, some provide as high as 84, or some say as high as 84% or 86% of employment, which means that if we nurture them and they grow, they will employ more people, solve more problems, and create more jobs. However, the reality is that the failure rate of startups is consistently increasing. It used to be about 75%. Then it became 80%, and today, globally, it's as high as 90%. What this means is that out of every 10 businesses that start, 9 fail, as high as 9 fail. And the reason for this is simple. They go through the conventional process of, I have an idea, I write a business plan, and I pitch and I get funding. And that system has been consistently failing. Okay, the failure rate has been increasingly failing, not just consistently failing. However, research has shown, well, I did some empirical research, and I found out that the success rates of those who go through the apprenticeship process could be as high as 70 to 80%, flips failure on the other side. And indeed, here in Nigeria, the apprenticeship process has produced some of the wealthiest billionaires in the country. Indeed, the wealthiest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote, was created through the apprenticeship process. He learned from his grandfather and people around him and gradually grew to be who he is today. We also know Cosmos Maduka of Coscharis. He went through the apprenticeship process. We know of Innocent Maduka of Innocent Motors. He also went through the apprenticeship process. So the apprenticeship process is a tried and tested method. The apprenticeship is learning by doing. Unfortunately, we haven't given too much attention to that process, and it's today threatened, okay, by different abuses, both on the part of the masters as well as the part of the apprentices. This is just to give you a background. Now, the fact that SMEs are failing also tallies with the fact that unemployment is increasing. The previous panel spoke about unemployment in Nigeria being as high as 55%. Well, if you go on the internet, our Nigerian Bureau for Statistics says 33% in some instances, 42% in other instances. Now, when you take this into, in absolutes, when you consider 42% of 200 million, which is what we are said to be in Nigeria, that comes to as high as 54 or 56, 57 million people, which is higher than the population of Rwanda and Ghana put together, or the population of Kenya. So imagine all those people unemployed. So, and we know, that's why this conference is being organized, that unemployment is to youth restiveness what oxygen is to fire, as Kola Masha would say. So in today's panel, we're going to be speaking about looking at different perspectives on apprenticeship and how the various panelists we have today have gone through it. But I just thought we should see a 2-minute video that just sort of helps us understand where we are and what we will face if we don't look for a way to help SMEs or startups really succeed and grow so they can employ more people. So I don't know if the video is ready. It's just a 2-minute clip, but I think it drives home the sort of people we have around us who need help through this process.
Can we play the video?
Yes, please, if possible.
Quite interesting as I met this particular young man on the street. What you will call him, area boy, or the popular name called Agbo. But in every nonsense, there is sense in it. Let's listen to what he has to say.
We are Nigerian citizens now. Government can help us now. Government can do empowerment of us. They can help my solution. Like me, I'm a bargain. If government empower me, give me shop, give me paper, give me everything, I will work. There will not be a thief. know, you do those boys, they are calling our all of them, they get on job. But when they work in conductor, when that's not hotel, there's no money to take to house. So they will start corruption, will start. There's no how we can do it. Okay, even me, I'm Agbo now. That's what's come and arrest me. Collect all my money. You told me say we are change. Which kind of change? I won't go and go look. No, my wife no go greet me to welcome now. They just say, idiot man. I go hopeless, I come hopeless. So let government change us, empowerment us.
Great. So you see that our youth are ready to work. They want an opportunity, okay? So I'll just ask the panelists to quickly give a brief introduction of themselves before they begin to share the perspectives. I'll start with Obi Asika.
Thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, I mean, my background is, I'm really a background in disruption. We've been disrupting in Nigeria for a long time, trying to unlock space in the soft power communities, creative and cultural industries, the music industry, the entertainment industry, the digital environment. And that, yeah, that's my background.
Okay, thank you, Obi. Namdi?
Yeah, my name is Namdi. All right, my name is Namdi Ezigbo. I'm the CEO and founder of Slot Systems Limited. And most importantly, I'm the chairman of Slot Foundation. Slot Foundation is our CSR. What we're doing with that is to use the Slot Academy to train young people to acquire vocational skill in mobile phone repairing and computer engineering. Over 1,500 young people have gone through our academy, and they are doing wonderfully well. Thank you.
Thank you, Namdi. Joycey?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Joycey Awoshika. I'm the founder and managing director of Oriki Group. Oriki is a farm-to-skin and wellness brand that has 5 subsidiaries, including our wellness spas, our manufacturing facility, the Oriki franchise, the Oriki retail products, and most recently, the Oriki Training Institute, in which we are training young people across Nigeria to learn the vocational skills in the wellness industry, specifically massages, basically wellness being esthetician services, personal care, skincare, facials, and our dream is to provide employment opportunities in this sector, which is a fast-growing one.
Thank you, Joycey. Maxine?
Is it working? Yes. Thank you, Dr. Henrietta. My name is Maxine Pité. I'm Business Development Manager for Aldelia Group. We're an international manpower group, so we recruit and outsource staff for companies in Nigeria, multinational startups, and I've been in this space for a couple of years now, previously working for the French government in Nigeria. Also grew up here in Cameroon, so I have some Nigeria experience behind me. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so Obi, we'll start with you. So you wear many hats. You're passionate about seeing a better Nigeria and empowering the youth. So would you like to share with us your perspectives on apprenticeship and what you've done so far in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think apprenticeship, and you touched on it earlier, I think apprenticeship, especially today, is potentially the missing link in a lot of the stuff that we see happening. So for me, I've always been, yes, the public sees certain things, but I've always been involved in education. So I really think apprenticeship is about educational reform and about the way we approach that. I'm involved with a couple of companies. One of them is called EdEase, which is, we're coming into the Nigerian market. There's something called the Global Predisposition Testing, which basically sort of helps you let you know what you should be doing. And this is something that they did with LBS for many years. And they developed this technology, and we've put it into an app and a platform to scale it. So I think a lot of these things have to be disrupted digitally. And that's also my approach to thinking about, when I think about the Igbo apprenticeship scheme, and you were talking about some of the challenges, because certainly in terms of people don't want to sit down for 4 to 7 years and spend that time. So we've also looked at that under a platform I call ICE, which is Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship, to bring that into a digital platform where we can offer these kind of skills as a multi-sided platform where you can come in and get training, but on the platform you also get mentorship, because then you can link to industry, to SMEs, as Namdi is doing, and get that support to bridge you into the marketplace. And on the marketplace, we have the gig marketplace. So that's really my thinking. It's all about the digital disruption. How do we take these things from the physical offline to bring it online and scale it at a national and global level? Because I think in Nigeria, what we should be talking about is how we create jobs. I don't think our economy is creating productive jobs, so we have to change the way we train our people. Education has failed. Got to reform education and give people functional skills that they can earn from in the new economy, which is pretty much a platform economy, a gig economy, and the attention economy of now and the future. So that's my approach to it, and that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, sounds really good, but my concern would be, how do you get the grassroots people who may not be able to afford a smartphone or be in a location where there's good network?
Yeah, I think that's in Nigeria. You have to have sort of a blended approach, right? So you have a situation where I think in Nigeria, a country that has, and I was privileged to lead the sort of creative industries and culture technical working group for the National Development Plan. We worked very closely with the guys in the digital economy segment and the financial industries. And one of the things we recommended that's in the plan is that Nigeria really should be moving to a national hub strategy. In a country that has 36 states, 700 local governments, almost 800 local governments, all kinds of fallow public buildings lighting all over the place, we can convert these places to digital hubs, create the walkthrough so that people can come in and actually just get the skills.
That makes a lot of sense.
Right, apart from having the digital platform to back it up. So I think we just have to reinvent and rethink and use the assets we already have. State governments have assets, local governments have assets, federal government has assets. We all know there must be 10,000 buildings lying fallow in Nigeria that can be applied to actually train our people. We need to upskill our people to prepare them for the future. It's as simple as that.
Great idea. All right, so Namdi, I'd love to come to you, but we need to talk to a lady before I come back to a guy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to Joycey. Joycey, you're running something really amazing. Would you like to tell us what you're doing and the part where how you're training people to?
Yeah, absolutely. When we look at education, as Obi just said, it's time for a reform. Not everyone's going to be able to go to the traditional models of, university and even other types. It's time to look at industries that are fast growing, like tech, like wellness. After the COVID pandemic hit us, the World Economic Forum states that 40% of new jobs are going to be created in the care industry. That's wellness. What are we doing about it? We have people idle who can literally be utilized to learn, right? We're talking 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks sessions, and they can come out being a professional and certified therapist in an industry that's fast growing. So for us, we've projected the future. We've seen the demand. We did a case study on our company during COVID, and we found that the demand for wellness services skyrocketed times 10. Even in the midst of people saying, we don't want touch, everybody was demanding for some type of relief. And we did not have enough people to fulfill the demand. So we began to say, how do we solve the problem in our own industry? And that's why across the value chain, we have, on the one side, we work with farmers to get our products and ingredients ready, but on the other side, where we're directly in the wellness centers, we're training, hundreds of women. And right now, it's a physical training. We're looking to take this virtual, because at the end of the day, if we can apply a virtual model, we are able to scale and reach more people. So at the same time, you might ask, how do they get their practical knowledge? We'd have to, of course, set up stations in certain areas where they'll come and get their number of hours. But for us, we just feel that it's not rocket science. You take a fast-growing industry that's worth $4 trillion, they say, the wellness industry, against the unemployment issue, and you take these hands that aren't used right now and put them into vocational training. And so that's the future, and that's the way forward for us.
You're absolutely right that that's the future, because the world is moving to skills-based employment, no longer certificate-based employment. So, well done. Right, so Namdi, coming back to you, your success, I mean, you're number one in West Africa when it comes to the mobile telephone business. Apart from what you're doing in your foundation, would you like to share with us what the role apprenticeship played in your growth, how it helped you succeed? Because as we said, there's a 90% failure rate. And then maybe you can share also how you started your foundation and the sort of success you're seeing from the training you provide in your foundation.
All right, thank you very much. I've always believed that a well-organized apprenticeship program would have a ripple effect on the society. I mean, create a very considerable impact. I'm actually a product of the apprenticeship process. After my graduation, after my youth service, I spent 2 years looking for, top jobs in all of these oil companies that never came. So it dawned on me after 2 years that I was actually wasting my time because the jobs were too few to go around. So what I did was to spend 6 months with a friend who at the time had a computer engineering outfit. Okay, so I spent 6 months, and that period was a period that transformed my idea about what business should be and how to run a small business. So I spent 6 months with him to acquire the skill, and that helped me to become a computer engineer. Okay, so 6 months as a trainee without salary, without pay, was what really equipped me with that expertise, and I got my fingers and my hands dirty. So now the point I'm trying to make is that the apprenticeship program or process is the best way for hand-holding. Okay, it helped me to acquire the skills that I needed to actually run a small business or run my own small business. So it was a very useful period of my life. And so what I have done with that is that while I started the slot business, I also thought of introducing an apprenticeship program in my company. So what I did was to set up the Slot Academy. The Slot Academy is a vocational skill acquisition program that takes 6 months to 1 year. All right, so young people between the age of 18 and 35 will come through our academy, acquire the vocational skill to become either a mobile phone technician or computer engineer. So these young people, after this period, would also be given the opportunity to work with us, like acquire the on-the-job training and understand basic business skills, basic customer relationship skills, understand what happens in terms of customer relationship and all that. Now, but the most important thing for us is that these young people, after graduation, become part of our, team, because the academy now becomes like a pipeline for capacity building. So these young people, at the end of the day, get employed. All right, they get they join the slot team or they join our competitors. So 100% of them usually get employed, and for those who want to start up their own businesses, they are doing wonderfully well.
Right, so if you notice, he said 100% of them are doing well, very much opposed to the 90% failure rate. Now, one thing Namdi hasn't mentioned, but which he stands out for, and I'm for sure those who go to slots know that, is the values that he espouses in his organization. So their success is not just based on having skills, but also integrity. And I think it's good that you emphasize that, because it's something that many times we ignore, but is so fundamental to business success. They say if people like you, they will talk with you. If they trust you, they will do business with you. So if you're going into business and you want to succeed, your values, having integrity is a very fundamental component. And as I said before, Namdi is number one in all of West Africa, and I think his second is way, in terms of turnover, very, very far from his performance. So I don't think we should leave that out. Right, so let me quickly move over to Maxine. Maxine, you're very much into employability. Would you like to share with us your perspectives on the intersection between apprenticeship and employability?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Henrietta. I would like to go back to what you mentioned on the employment market today and how employers are more so looking at skills than diplomas. I think it's absolutely true, and in fact yesterday I was with a client that's in the oil and gas sector, and he was saying that the problem that he faces when looking at the labor market in Nigeria is people come out of university, they might have degrees, but they're not prepared to start working immediately after. So a way to bridge this gap would be to look into traineeship or apprenticeship. It's interesting because you referenced the Igbo apprenticeship scheme yesterday. I only found out about it yesterday evening. And you said Harvard was actually looking into it, and it was something that was excellent. And you talked about the Alabama market and how it was a market that was thriving because of this apprenticeship system. So what we do at Aldelia and what we look into, so I'm only going to talk from experience and from what the employers share with us when looking at labor force. So we try and find the best talents for them. And what we notice now is that truly, and especially I think in our country, so I come from Cameroon, actually I had a discussion with my CEO some time ago, and he was talking about in Cameroon, he watched a documentary, and it turns out a lot of people go to school and to study German. Some years ago, I think we had probably some type of agreement between Germany and Cameroon, so a lot of people would go and study German to get German degrees or whatever certification, and to have the opportunity to go to Germany and start a life there. But now, I guess this agreement is completely obsolete, and people will graduate with German and basically be able to do nothing with that because it's just completely irrelevant to the current situation. Germany probably welcomes one Cameroonian, I don't know, a year based off this certification. So it's really important that we understand where the skills gap is, and I hope this conversation can lead us to actually implement policies and just things to make sure that universities or the way the workforce is trained is then ready to find jobs, and that can be through making apprenticeship something that is systematic.
Absolutely. So talking about making apprenticeship systematic, you're absolutely right, because in Germany, apprenticeship is formal, but in Africa, it's informal, which is why it is subject to abuses, both from the side of the master craftsmen as well as the apprentices who are learning. And as you rightly point out, nobody is happy with the current educational curriculum, because employers want people who are ready to hit the road running, and they are not, our graduates are not. And the graduates themselves are not finding jobs because maybe what they've learned is not so relevant. So it really calls for retooling the educational system. And something else I'd like to point out is that many times we talk about apprenticeship and we say the Igbo apprenticeship system, but there is the Hausa apprenticeship system and the Yoruba apprenticeship system. Okay, so basically what they have in common, it's learning by doing, but there are nuances in the different apprenticeship systems. So the Yoruba apprenticeship system, you pay to learn. In the Igbo one, you don't pay to learn, but you serve the master while you're learning, and eventually he gives you an amount of money to set up your business and continues with mentoring. While in the Hausa apprenticeship system, you learn side by side. So you set up your small business beside the master, and he's training you on how to go about things. So this is just to show that apprenticeship is actually a national phenomenon, not just an Igbo phenomenon, and it's also a global phenomenon. But in other countries, it's formalized. Now, I'm saying this here because it helps policy formulation. So I'll just quickly go back to the panelists. We still have some time to sort of ask you again. Let me start with you again, Obi. So what would you propose would be something that would help what you're trying to set up? So you have this ICE system you're setting up. How do you think that Lagos State or any government for that matter could work with you to ensure that this becomes a success?
I mean, the funny thing is, I was just listening to what you were saying, and when you're talking about, specifically what you just said right now, about how the Igbo apprenticeship scheme, the Hausa apprenticeship scheme, and the Yoruba apprenticeship scheme, I think the fundamental thing is this, and it's about value, right? It's about us valuing our own value. So our indigenous knowledge has enormous value.
Absolutely.
And we have to stop dismissing it. Because what we need to do is engage it, reimagine it, and bring it to digital. And that's what ICE is about.
Mm-hmm.
So when we do that, then we can link with people like Nnamdi here, am I right? Because you need to have a three-way partnership. This is about platforms, it's about industry, and it's about government. And when you have that three-way platform, then you can engage the people. Because I think that when people talk about Nigeria, and the largest talent and the biggest asset Nigeria has is Nigerians. It's not oil and gas, it's the people. So those people, what is their principal talent? It's the IP, it's the intellectual property that they create. A lot of times I talk about it in the creative industries as soft power, but it's the same thing that actually will define your leadership and every other thing that you do. So if you start with appreciating the value of indigenous innovation and indigenous apprenticeship programs, and we reinvent them and bring them to the modern sense, but we can still communicate them back to the masses in a language that they understand, using technology to deliver it at scale, then we can get to a stage where in the next, because let me tell you something, the creative industries by 2030 could be at $100 billion per annum contribution to this economy, with or without government. If government gets involved and enables it the right way, we're talking double that number. If you add the innovation sector, the technology guys, you're talking another 200 billion. That makes oil and gas totally irrelevant, because gas and oil can only maybe give you 100 B. Okay? So the thing about it is, what we need is to reset our brains and stop thinking about Nigeria in the way we've been thinking about Nigeria. The biggest opportunity in Nigeria and for Nigeria is Nigerians. So if you skill up 10 million Nigerians, I have this thing, if you skill up 10 million Nigerians with coding and digital skills by 2030, with digital marketing, the sort of thing he's talking about, you can't contain what's going to happen in this country, because they will create so much. They will be the ones driving the economy, and they're going to create the businesses to employ, because SME drives everything.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah.
I think you're absolutely right, Obi, because I remember we had the CEO of Coca-Cola in one of our events, the Breakfast Club, and he was saying to us that they've never seen anybody like Nigerians anywhere in the world, and so they actually export Nigerians to their plants globally, okay? And it's something we really should stop taking for granted. Nigeria is blessed with a lot of talent in spite of all our challenges, and if we created an enabling environment, no, this is not just talking emotionally, it's the fact. If we created an enabling environment, this country will become the next world power, okay?
I mean, just to add to that, just to say, Amazon, Google, Facebook, they're not just here, there's some engineering campuses here. It's because of what Nnamdi's talking about, because the talent is here. It's not just the market, the talent is here.
Absolutely.
And that talent is global level. It's just for us to understand that, engage it, and invest in it. The day Nigeria invests in Nigerians, you can't stop Nigeria.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Nnamdi, I think that your foundation or your academy could be like a proof of concept about how we can go about apprenticeship. Would you like to explain a bit how you've organized your structure and how you run the academy and how you've been so successful in terms of your trainees?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, the foundation is as corporate social responsibility, because we've seen that the best way to impact the Nigerian youth or to create value for the Nigerian youth is basically to help them acquire vocational skill. So what we're doing at the academy is to allow them to go through a 6-month program where they acquire problem-solving skills, where they acquire skills that can help them become mobile phone technicians. Now, what this does for us is to help us train people who have potentials to become problem solvers. You can't really create value if you don't have skills. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. You have to have skills, you have to have experience, you have to have knowledge. So if these guys, after 6 months, are able to acquire these skills, this knowledge, they become valuable to the society. So after the 6 months program, they are allowed to work at our various repair centers. And at those centers, they are also allowed to work with the technicians, the experienced technicians, and that gives them the opportunity to become very competent. And then they learn basic, customer relationship behaviors. They acquire skills that can help them fix phones and even run on their own. So what that has done for us is, one, to provide a platform for us to, get technicians on our own. So if we want to hire engineers, we don't need to go to any other place. So we just pull from what we have. So it's a pipeline for capacity building for us. And then most importantly, it has also provided an opportunity for our competitors to also get technicians. So you don't need to look for technicians elsewhere. You just have to come to Slot Academy to hire. So it has helped us, one, to train young people between the age of 18 and 35. It has also helped us to provide a pool for the industry. So these people, apart from the fact that they would like to work with us, they can also choose to become self-employed. So most of them are running their own businesses. So the academy does not just provide vocational skill, it also teaches them business management skills, all right? Entrepreneurial skills, problem-solving skills. It teaches them ethical behavior, how to manage customers, trust, how important trust is to business. So for us, we feel this is the most sustainable corporate social responsibility of Slot. So we're not just running an academy, we are also empowering the Nigerian youths. And most interestingly, we're also in partnership with Lagos State government. All right, so every year we train teachers at the technical schools in Lagos State. All right, and then we also allow them to come to us and spend, I think, 2 weeks period of, like IT period. We are also in partnership with GIZ. Interestingly, this year we are training about 120 people in partnership with GIZ, and these young people every day get 1,000 naira as their transport fare, and you can imagine that for 1 year. So at the end of the 1 year, they'll also be given some, starter kits to enable them start on their own if they want to actually start on their own. We're also in partnership with the Edo State government, Edo Jobs. We've trained a reasonable number of people in Edo State, especially the Libya returnees. We're also in partnership with Edo State to train them. So that's what we've been doing. Recently, last year, we also trained 200 people in Abia State. So we are providing a platform for young people to acquire vocational skill that can make them employable. Right? So we are not just looking at people coming through our academy, go through the process. We are empowering the Nigerian youth. And I think corporate social responsibility should be more of creating employment for people, helping people to acquire skills, than just giving them money and grants. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Right, so Nanda, I think this is absolutely amazing, and I think that more people need to think about this. Let's also not lose the fact that you said that in addition to empowering the youth, to helping them become employable and to start their own businesses successfully, it's also a pipeline for your own expansion. And this is what I always say when we talk about impact investing, that it ends up actually making you create more wealth for yourself. So empowering others is not just an expense exercise, it's also a wealth-creating exercise, okay? Because if you wanted to go anywhere in Africa today, you can go very comfortably because you have a pool of readily available, capable people from the academy. Thank you so much, Namdi. It's absolutely amazing what you're doing. Right, so quickly, Joycey, they've just reduced our time again. So would you like to just share with us what you're doing in terms of the training that you provide to young women?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very fond of saying that, here in Nigeria and even across the continent, we're at the brink of a demographic dividend or a demographic disaster. So we have a burgeoning population of youth who are idle and who are looking for employment. And the first thing is, you were asking the question earlier that just came to my mind is, number one, we need to start asking questions like, what are we actually doing with schemes like NYSC, right? And we know with that population, we're dealing with people who have, graduated from universities, from schools and education. But in general, that's a viable option to re-scrap, to change, to rejig. I remember years ago working on a team with the Minister of Youth, trying to figure out how we can reframe NYSC and use all of these young people and students and perhaps put them through an apprenticeship program where we're actually hearing what their interests are and plugging them in to companies and initiatives that they can actually get valuable experience with. At the Oriki Training Institute, we are very passionate about what you just said, right? The fact that we can advance this sector, the wellness industry, through the actual training of more people to join. Our biggest resource in this country is the people. Human resources is our biggest, tool that we have, and for us, we see a valuable opportunity to take in young women, also men, but of course it's 90% women, who come in the doors, who learn this, and then are able to also be plugged into our competitors, our locations, but even more so than that, we also empower them to create their own companies to become mobile therapists. And I must say this as well, we have to look at sectors and see how things are changing. We just talked about the creative sector, creative industry. In the wellness industry, people are demanding wellness on the go. They're demanding opportunities for people to meet them where they are. So we saw an aha moment, right? We can create a complete force of mobile therapists who can literally provide services on the go to people, almost like an Uber for the wellness industry. And all we have to do is empower them with the vocational learning. So that's what we're doing now. We've recently launched Unwind, which is just a tech solution. You don't have to have experience. You can come in as a service provider, get trained through the Training Institute. Now you're equipped to start your own company as a mobile therapist. You go on the go, choose your jurisdiction, and serve people. And they're making 10 times what they would make working for a spa. Right? They're able to make 50,000, 60,000 naira a week as opposed to a month. So these are the kind of the ways where we're trying to find creative solutions to add to the workforce and take people from being idle. And OTI is just a very valuable. I would like to say one more thing about collaboration. I mean, LSCTF is doing a phenomenal job with, coming alongside, training institutes, vocational schools, and providing support. But we need more collaboration. One thing we've seen is that companies can sponsor, just if you had a quota within your company to sponsor a certain number of people to a vocational learning, you're giving people opportunities as well. Right? And so I want people to think about that as a CSR option as well.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Those are really great ideas. In fact, in the last year or two, an amazing phenomenon in that line I've seen at LBS is that more people are coming together to sponsor young people, groups of 100 or 50 people to learn about entrepreneurship. And I think the same thing can happen if they collaborate with any one of you to learn skills in your different industries. Right, so last but not the least, I'll just ask Maxine what her final thoughts are regarding what we've been discussing so far between apprenticeship and employability.
Thank you, Doctor. So hearing about what the panelists just spoke about, we've discussed how it benefits employers, and with Namdi how the apprenticeship scheme actually benefits the company. And with what Joyce said, my take would be that we shouldn't forget also how, like Namdi said, we're empowering the youth through the apprenticeship. So I know that, again, from my experience, I found that even with the bachelor degree, with the master's degree, I studied law, then I studied international relations, and actually I had to, talk to different people to understand what my vocation would be, because, we're pushed by parents, okay, you study this, you study that, but then you finish your degrees and you're actually not sure what you're capable to do. And there are some things that actually you're only able to learn on the job, like Nandi was talking about customer relationships. There are certain soft skills that you can only learn, it's learning by doing what you've been saying. So I really think, like what Joyce said, to make this a systematic thing where companies will sponsor students to enter in traineeship or apprenticeship can be something to help the youth also figure out what they're even good at, what they would like to do, and prepare them better to enter the labor market.
Right, so thank you so much, everyone. You've really spoken well, and I think we've thrown out some really amazing ideas here. Thank you. I think we're just on time.
Thank you, Dr. Henrietta, for moderating that session, and thank you for the applause for the panelists.
We'll
If
just
you don't mind stepping forward so we can take a quick photograph. Sadly, we do not have time for that. I apologize. There isn't time for the interaction, but obviously it's an event that you can step forward and have conversations with the panelists right after this. So my apologies, but we won't be able to take the regular Q&A as we need to keep this moving. All right, earlier we did try to listen to Mr. Kalani Leifer, and we're going to have that video up again, the founder and CEO of Co-op. Thank you again. Please, you can put your hands together for the panelists. And if we can have that video now of Mr. Kalani. Thank you very much.
Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, and Chicago, and about 80% of our alumni overcome underemployment within 6 to 12 months, earning about $50,000 in the first year. And that's triple the average that they come to us with, earning $15,000 a year, which is about half the living wage. And so these are young folks who have really overcome long odds to earn this bachelor's degree. They have upheld their end of the bargain, and yet they're trapped in underemployment. And the hardest thing about underemployment, as I've come to understand, is the isolation, that we experience underemployment on our own and very quickly can come to the conclusion that we are broken and it's not the system that's broken. And so one of my favorite things about Co-op is that we bring 16 young folks together now. We started with 12 in our first cohort, now we have 16 in each cohort. And one of the first things that our co-opers, our apprentices, realize as they look around the table and 15 other ambitious, smart, creative, hungry young professionals who are also underemployed, they start to realize, hey, maybe I'm not broken. Maybe there's some bigger systemic issue that's broken here. So, the way Co-op works, what makes us special, I think what makes us succeed in a really messy, competitive labor market here in the US are three things. Peer cohorts, as I've shared, that bring camaraderie and accountability and support. We always say building a meaningful career is hard. It should not be lonely. Peer cohorts are the first factor. Second are alumni coaches. Every cohort of 16 co-opers, of 16 apprentices, is led by 4 near-peer coaches who are young professionals working in tech and digital marketing and data analytics during the day and come back in the evening to serve as coaches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalani Leifer, who's the founder and CEO of Co-op. We seem to have a bit of technical issues, so we'll just move on from that video. But thank you so very much, Mr. Leifer, for that. So we're getting close to the time for the next plenary session, and I'd like to invite the moderator, Ms. Omoyemi Akerele, who is the founder and executive director of Style House Files. This next session is going to be on the orange economy. Essentially, how do we catalyze youth employment in emerging markets? So, is Ms. Omoyemi Akerele here in the room with us today?
Can come back and share their knowledge, and share their power. And
okay. She's not here. Okay. So please allow me to introduce our next moderator, Ms. Omoyemi Akelere, who is the moderator, and she is the founder, executive director at Style House Files. Please put your hands together for Ms. Omoyemi as she comes up onto the stage. Welcome. Mr. Fola Olatunji David, who is a member and governing board of the governing board sporting of Lagos State. So Mr. Fola Olatunji David, let's put our hands, I think we can do a little better than that. Thank you so very much. Mr. Idris Olorunbe, who is the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer at the Temple Company. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Idris as he comes onto the stage. Mr. Chinaza Onuzo, who is the director at Inkblow Productions. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Chinaza Onuzo. Welcome. And last but definitely not least, Ms. Ojoma Ochai, who is the managing partner, the Creative Economy Practice at CC Hub, Lagos. Okay. Just want to make sure that we have all of our panelists here. But over to the moderator to take over this conversation around the orange economy. Thank you.
You're just waiting. Oh, okay.
You're so far away.
Sorry?
You're so far away.
I know.
Hello from the other side.
Oh, okay, thank you. He's right here. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon for the 5th plenary session. We're going to be talking about the orange economy as for the catalyzation of the youth economy in emerging markets. So happy to be with these great people on board who are working on strategic initiatives across Nigeria and ultimately Africa that's already targeted at providing valuable development opportunities for Africa's culture and creative industries. I think in the last couple of decades, there's been a gradual shift across Nigeria, across the Nigerian economy when it comes to, the focus from natural resources to human capital. And of course, this has led to a gradual increase in the number of investment that we've seen across this sector. And of course, all the multi-benefits that's resulted from that, either in terms of creating multiple jobs across the sector, poverty alleviation, and so much more. So this afternoon, we're going to be focusing on, 2 areas while we speak to our amazing panelists. Do you want to start with a quick intro? He's already done the intro. We just go straight to the questions so we don't waste too much time. What do you think? I think an introduction would be great. So should we start? Let's start from there and, we'll work our way back here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fola Olatunji David. I'm a member of the governing board of Sporting Lagos. So Sporting Lagos is first a football club. We've set up as a football club here in Lagos State, but it's beyond that. It's about how can we galvanize the power of sports, the talent that we have in Lagos, in Nigeria, and how do we create an economy out of that. So I'm very delighted to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Ojoma Ochai. I'm the managing partner of the Creative Economy Practice at CC Hub, which we set up a few months ago to support technology application and innovation across Africa's creative industries. So we work in all of the sectors of the creative industries, and we're focused on all kinds of technologies, from artificial intelligence to blockchain to extended reality to platforms and even hardware. And our mission is really to capture more value from the creative industries by leveraging on these technologies. We focus on research, investment readiness. We've got a syndicate fund through which we invest, and we also support ecosystem development. Very pleased to be here.
My name is Chinaza Onuzo. I'm the co-founder of Inkblow Productions. It's a film and television production company based out of here in Lagos. We primarily focus on making theatrical films for the cinema, and we've been doing that for over 10 years.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Idris Olorunimbe. I'm founder, group chief executive of the Temple Company. We tell stories. And we are the owners of Ogidi Studios. I'm also a member of the board of trustees of the LSETF. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omoyemi Akerele. I'm the founder and executive director of Style House Files. We're a fashion business development agency in Lagos with a core mission to provide opportunities for access to market, access to retail opportunities for brands and designers that we work with. We discover talent. We see ourselves as as an advocacy group to provide opportunities for exchange between the private public sector, and at the same time we're the conveners and hosts of Lagos Fashion Week. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll go straight into it. Our speakers will be sharing key strategies for promoting and enabling environments for the orange economy across not just Lagos State, across Africa, and how to tackle some of the bottlenecks and challenges that exist today. We believe that, based on research, the orange economy currently accounts for about 2 to 8% of the workforce in any given economy, and that's quite a sizable chunk, and that's if it's functioning seamlessly. So nurturing talent in the cultural and creative sector is important for economic development and youth. But, it's important for us to start by trying to explore what common practices or what common practice needs to change, so that the creative sector, we're going to be using the word creative sector and orange economy interchangeably, which, it's sort of like semantics, but, slight nuances in between. But so pardon us if we shift or alternate every now and then between orange economy and, culture and creative industries. So what common practices need to change for the creative sector in Africa to thrive? You're all your masters, in your craft in terms of what you've done. No. So, based on your experience or based on what you think your vision is, what do you think what do you think needs to change? Bearing in mind that technology is currently driving the conversation extensively across, the creative industries. So what do you think we need to change drastically? Yes.
So, for me, two things. The first one is that we need to deeper value our culture, perhaps understand it more, and learn that, it's the only thing that we have that is unique to us, and that's the greatest asset that we have to sell as far as the orange economy is concerned. The second thing for me would be for the people here to think more long-term. Using you as a very good example, the Lagos Fashion Week started that many years ago. And because of you now, we have a calendar that is constant. So after you go, then Artex comes. I think around there's Afrif as well. And so that's what happens when you plan long-term. And I have to talk about Sporting Lagos as well, and how, I personally deeply appreciate what they're doing. Because again, for them, anybody who's coming here and is thinking of, I want to cash out in 1 year or 2 years, it's not going to happen. Yeah. So we just need to think deeper about that and plan longer term when we're going into it. Those are two things for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have to be strategic and think long term. So what do you think, Chinaza?
So I think one of the key changes that has happened over the last, 5 to 10 years as all the various creative sectors have emerged is that you have the growth of small businesses being the drivers of change. Because in the creative sector, it's normally smaller businesses with 3 to 5 employees. And you find that the pressure to institutionalize is what does not enable them to scale. And so in my experience, figuring out how to work with these businesses to take the next level is something that we can be doing more of. And that's why initiatives like the LSTF are good, because it works to inculcate good business practices in these companies, because we feel like there's a lot of opportunity around, but just little things like paying your tax, paying pensions, basically institutionalizing, having accounts, enables businesses to take advantage of the opportunities that are available to them as the sector continues to grow and develop.
Thank you very much.
So for me, everything the two gentlemen have said, 3 things I'll add. One is not making decisions that are not evidence-based. over and over again, I see different interventions that you sort of wonder, where is this coming from? Like, who in the sector said we need this? That's, the governments or whoever else, or donor agencies. Like, why do you think this is what the sector needs? And it's often because there's a lack of evidence base. Like, there's no research, there's no data that is suggesting that this is the particular part of the market that's broken, or this is the particular part of the value chain that's broken. And so you just feel like there's all these blanket initiatives that, they're nice in the short term, it's a nice photo op, but who's it really helping, and how does it help in the long term, as you were describing? Another thing I think needs to change is we need to move away from treating the symptoms to treating the root causes of the dysfunctionality that we're seeing. I remember for the longest time in film, for example, we talk about piracy, and then people will go and do market raids. And it's kind of like, ask yourself, why are people copying illegally? Like, what's the problem that has given rise to that? Is it a problem with distribution? Can you solve that? And then the symptoms will, even if they don't go away completely, it will reduce. So I think we also need to move away from treating the symptoms. And then the final thing I think, maybe not so much move away from, but move to, is leveraging technology a lot more. Sometimes I feel like we're not having the same conversation as the rest of the world, right? People are talking about how to use artificial intelligence to enhance business processes in film, but we are talking about, what they were talking about in 2000.
20 years ago.
So I feel like we need to move towards, and we have an opportunity. There aren't that many legacy systems that hold us back, right, in terms of investments into old business models. So I think we need to be a lot more aggressive in the way that, has happened in payments. How can we completely change the context in which these sectors are operating by leveraging the technologies that are emerging? So those are some thoughts that I have on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, I think that's like a good segue to talk about the way we think about, our approach to Sporting Lagos. And thanks for the shout out, Idris. We've, for most of the people who are promoting the club right now, we come from a technology background. But the first thing we noted was we're not the best sports people in the country. And so we went and we found who do we think are the best sports people. And so in one way, I think finding and identifying the right set of people to work with is something that needs to be done at every stage. The other thing I'll say is an ecosystem thinking and an ecosystem approach, which is even though your intervention might be just one part of the whole sector, but being able to say what are the support systems, and it's not just thinking about your players and I'm using Sporting Lagos as an example, or the sports sector, not just thinking about your players, their welfare, the team and whatnot, but even to the level of the food vendors that are coming, even to the transport people, the security people, the community people, the dwellers around them. Everybody thinks CSR and the first thing they think is let's go paint a school. But how does your presence in that ecosystem, how does it create tangible opportunities that didn't exist before, or how does it help those people who already existed? How does it help them be better? The other thing I'll say is there's this, I think it's to Ojoma's point about lack of evidence-based intervention. There's this notion that I'm just going to come with a brand new thinking and change the game. I personally don't agree with that. It's a blue ocean way of problem solving, and we always like to think that we're geniuses. But there's so much knowledge that is, there's so much knowledge that is residual in the people that already exist in that sector. So I think when you approach all of this from an ecosystem standpoint, you bring a lot of people to the table, and then you apply that technology layer. For us, everything we've asked ourselves is what can technology enable? What can we do differently? Fundamentally, we're solving the same problem, but what can we use technology to enable, and how do we do it that it supports everybody in the ecosystem? That's how we think about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And when you talk about ecosystem thinking, there was an article a couple of days ago by Yinka Adegoke in Rest of the World where he was referring to the fact that, Nigeria is I mean, when it comes to our tech and how much, tech entrepreneurs have been able to raise fund, that is really stark, the difference between being able to access the fund and being able to access like key people who can work with you when you've raised all that money. So while you might have the skills and the competencies to deal with the technical side of things, which is the technology, but the ecosystem around it is missing, so that's a fundamental part, and which brings me to the next question, so now that we've been able to identify some of the gaps and challenges, who do we go to help us bring it together? Who are the stakeholders responsible, for connecting the dots, so to speak, so that, it can thrive and we can begin to see results and all of that?
Do you want to take it?
Yes.
Okay. I think the answer is in this room. I think we're a very connected people.
We should clap to that.
And not even in a, not even in a patronizing way, but I think as a society, we're super connected. From sports to the arts to the creative sector to technology, whatever. If you need to get a plumber today or a plumber, I'll ask Ojama, do you know a good plumber? And she'll give me the best plumber she has. But the way people think about it in other ways is if they want to set up a business, they'll call their cousin who doesn't necessarily know anything about the business. And I think instead of having that approach of, how do we find some imaginary people, we start from, the known to the unknown. Ask questions. This is what we're trying to accomplish. We announced Sporting Lagos last month, but we've been doing research, and Idris knows this. We've been doing research on this since middle of last year. Spoken to everybody and anybody who has a passion for sports. Because what tends to happen is people bring their ideas, and with ideas, they first diverge, then you look at so many scattered ideas, and then they start to converge. So that's the approach I would say. In finding people, there's so many people who work in sectors that they are jaded. There are people who are in banks today that would rather be in the movie sector. There are people who are in, consulting today that would rather be in tech. And so when you start to put word out and say, hey, we need people who are thinking about this, we need people who have worked in this space, who have a passion, through this network, through the amazing work that the LSCTF has been doing and the other government initiatives, you would find these people. But it's about that, how do we make sure that we're not trying to hide this idea? From tech, we say this thing that most people, when they have an idea, the first thing they do is they hide it. They don't want somebody to steal the idea. But we know through data, through evidence, that the best ideas are shared. You share it, because if somebody can hear your idea and steal it, then maybe you're not the best person to work on it in the first place.
Yeah.
So that's what I'll say.
Yeah, so I think for me, when we think about the orange economy, inclusive growth, sustainable development are some of the key things that come to mind. But at the same time, for that to occur, there's got to be a process of ensuring that our youth, we are able to attract them to work in some of these places. For example, we're having challenges. We do quite a bit of training, in terms of skills for employability. And now we're having to change strategy to focus on the tech part of it so that we can attract more young people. So Idris, I want to ask you this question, based on what you're doing with Temple, because I know that every other person, is looking to break even, to be a music artist or to be a performer or an influencer. What do you think we should sort of start to focus on as a strategy or key strategy for attracting some of this talent, to be able to keep them, and in keeping them to be able to multiply and create the structure that's needed for them to grow their businesses, so to speak, or their skills?
Okay, so I think the best way, I've tried to explain to talent, is that there's absolutely nothing wrong with being a local champion. And that's the only way you can start. And if you look at the superstars that we know and we love, their neighbors knew them first. Their friends knew them first. But today, everybody wants to blow on day one. And it brings us to what they were talking about on the last panel, apprenticeship. There's a process, and you have to submit to the process. You have to go through it. We're happy to boast about Wizkid and David today. But I mean, it's 10 years of overnight success. The first time I saw Olamide perform, I didn't know he performed at the event. It was the Banji's album launch, Entertainer. And Olamide came to open. Nobody knew him. But today, Olamide is the one who gave us Fireboy and so many others. So I think that and again, it's all of us. There's also a very high level of pressure that we put on the talent in terms of our expectations of them. There's a duty we owe them as well, because in normal climes, the fan is the one who bankrolls the talent. But here, I mean, if you go on social media and say Don Jazzy tweets now, the next 20 tweets on that will be people asking for one thing or another. So I think that we all should reorientate ourselves in one way or another, understand what each person's role in the ecosystem is. And back to what Fola was saying, like in film, which Chinaza is my senior in, I mean, it's a whole village. There's accounting, there's law, there's logistics. So really and truly, if that banker wants to, is interested in the creative industry and is interested in film, there's an opportunity for you to come, and there's so many green areas.
Of course.
There's so much there's so much room that you can still come and be the king in. Because again, a lot of people are doing so many things. So one of the things as well is that we need to perhaps focus, drill down on what it is that I want to do, and do it and make the best at it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you touched on something which I want to, sort of, I'm coming to you now, as when you said that, I just, zeroed in on you that, of course, with the nature of your job or the work that you do, different stakeholders are involved. But that's quite a lot of people management, So how do you bring everybody together, to work together? I mean, it's one vision, so I guess that makes it easier, but there are different stakeholders from different ecosystems. How do you make that work?
Well, trial and error. So basically,
how do you build trust, I guess?
You will fight first, but I think one of the things about film is that that everybody knows it's a collaborative effort, so that makes your job easier, that everybody knows they're there in the service of the project, the TV series, the film, and as Idris said, people are also beginning to see where they can add value. So in the old days, everybody wants to be an actor. I must be an actor, I must be Genevieve, I must be Omotola, I must be Ramsey. But now they're seeing that there are pathways for success, that you can build a big career and you are behind the scenes. You can be a producer, you can be an assistant director, you could be a DOP and travel all over the world. And you see there's a lot of, at least one of the easiest parts of our job is that a lot of young people want to be in film, even if they don't know what they want to do. So it helps us to get them in and allow them to try different things. And so the easiest stakeholder to satisfy are the youth, basically coming and figure it out. Now, one of the stakeholders that is harder to satisfy is the government, because Nollywood and Nigerian film is a big source of soft power. Like, one of the first ways people interact with Nigerians and Nigerian culture is through Nollywood. I mean, music is giving us a run for our money, but I would say that Nollywood is still the forefront in many countries in the world. And so, of course, that comes with the pressure of, are you adequately representing Nigeria? How patriotic should you be? We're always giving the example of America. America built their soft power through their films. And what is it that you are saying about Nigeria? And so most filmmakers having to deal with that dual pressure of, I want to tell my story, but I also want to tell a story that reflects well on the culture that I come from. And so managing that stakeholder network of people who are interested in the industry is an increasing full-time job. And I think that it shows that Nollywood has grown from people seeing what the advantage it can be and the effect it can have on determining how people view Nigeria.
Thank you very much. And last question of the day goes to Ojama before we take it to the audience. Ojama, because you've been, you've had the opportunity to sort of have a bird's eye view on different parts of, the CCIs, and I'll be quite curious. And now you have you're wearing a different hat, so I'll be quite curious to find out what you think, in your opinion, would be sort of like a joint strategy that can help make all of these processes a bit seamless, and to for us to be able to work together effectively to achieve the vision at the end of the day, where human capital is king, so to speak.
Thanks very much, Omoyemi. So a couple of things, just picking up on Chinaza's last point about the pressure from the government. In my experience, and this is not just a Nigeria thing, I think it's an African thing. For the last year, I've been researching the regulatory environments for creative and cultural industries around the world. I've looked at China, India, lots of places in Latin America. There's a stark difference between how governments in many parts of Africa approach the creative industries to other places. And the difference is this: African governments seek to regulate. They don't seek to support. Often, I'm generalizing massively, but it's a common thread. So to what you were saying, Chinaza, about American films projecting a certain perception of America, they're not doing it because they're more patriotic than us. They're doing it because there's a supportive mechanism that's giving them incentives, that's giving them rebates, that's creating a supportive environment, and that's incentivizing them to do that. Whereas in many parts of Africa, it's compulsion. We are going to ban it. You cannot talk about this, you cannot talk about that.
Censorship.
You understand? So I feel like there's a stark difference in the approach of governments in many parts of Africa than you see elsewhere. And then we quote those statistics and say, oh, this creative industry is employing 12% of the population in London or wherever else. Why is it not happening here? So I think that's one thing that needs to change. It's lots of our governments on this continent, they need to first seek to support. And it's not that regulation is bad, it's just that the growth does not come from the sort of more regulatory approach. So that's one thing. Second thing, I think we need new models. Whether it's new business models and looking at multiple revenue streams, for the longest time we've had really linear business models. You create a product, you sell it in one way, whereas there's so many ways to exploit intellectual property, for example. And so I think we need to be a lot more robust in the way that we seek to exploit the value that we create. And the final point is linked to talent, as has been talked about. There's a really interesting paradox that I find in Nigeria. We have so much unemployment, and then we have so many gaps in terms of talent in the creative industry. And I think it's many things. It's the education system. I think we need new models for education, because again, to that thing about linearity, you want to finish school, you want to go to uni, and then you want to go and, not everybody has to follow that path to fill some of the gaps that we're seeing in the industry. So those are some of the
Nigerian parents.
No, but it's true. We need new models. And just one thing that's often overlooked is career advice. How do I know, as a 13-year-old person living in Ogbomosho, how do I know that if I can be an accountant and work on Chinaza's production?
Yeah.
It's really difficult. And so I think there's something broken about the advice that children get or young people get about what pathways there are for them. So you end up seeing people that I will not mention, you know yourselves, even on this panel, that do law and then end up in fashion. And I think it's to do a lot with the lack of career advice and not really
guidance counseling.
Yeah, that there's so many pathways and we all have different journeys, and each of those journeys is legitimate. So I think that's also something else that needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. So we're going to throw this open to questions from the audience. So you have your amazing panelists.
So, Omoyeni, you will need to direct me. Where should we go? We have one hand here.
I see a hand up there.
I go here.
Easy questions, so I beg.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Titilayo from IDGE. So my question is to Idris, which we have a fundamental issue in the sense that young people...
Easy question, please.
Yes, it's very easy. So we have a fundamental issue in such a way that young people want to actually blow overnight. In my company, we train tech people, and then after 10 weeks of training, they want to start earning 300,000. And I'm like, you've not even tried out this skill in real life. So we understand that they can't blow overnight. How do we get them to understand that there's actually a process that you take? So we understand that, but how do we get them to understand that? Thank you.
Okay, I think that the answer to your question is based on the composition of the panel. Chinaza and I have part of the answer. The stories we tell. You know, we've talked about, Chin talked about government and the kind of stories you tell and all of that. But the truth is that the stories you tell are very believable. And that's why you see secondary school students beheading people for rituals. Because they believe that you can make money from rituals. So it's the stories we tell. So perhaps when we talk more about what hard work can give you, how dogged you have to be able to get it, when documentaries on people like Davido and Wizkid, who they idolize today, come out and they see the price that they had to pay, the process they went through, they'll be able to believe it. Because everything you say, you're just chatting. There had never been a riot in Nigeria since last year, for instance, according to these guys. But we remember in primary school, we used to put leaves on our cars sometimes when we were going to school. Yep. So they don't know. And well, part of it also is maybe a wider problem because we don't document well enough. So the simple answer is that we have to use our content to perhaps explain these things because they are able to absorb it better. Thank you.
We have another question here. Yen, can I go here?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adekwejo Akirin. So my question actually is, we have a lot of talented, skilled people in Nigeria. And then most of them, because there are no opportunities for them, they migrate to other countries. But we still have some that are saying, I'm not going anywhere, I want to make it here in Nigeria. So what are the structures or policies that are put in place for these people? And then there are also organizations that have done something, that have something going on for these people. I work with TerraWork. It's a online freelance marketplace where service providers are connected to people who need them. But we see that buyers, sometimes they don't even believe in what we do. So what are policies that are put in place to make this known to the world? Thank you.
Can I take that?
Yes.
So, don't get me started. So I think this is another instance where we're trying to treat the symptom. People jackbuying is a symptom of poor policies that have led to lack of opportunities for young people. Stopping people from leaving is not going to solve it. All it will do is we will all be here and be miserable together. That doesn't help anybody. Personally, I feel like as many people as want to go and can go should go. Yeah. The amount of the amount of diaspora remittance into many parts of Africa is higher than the amount of development aid. So let them go. And not in a mean way. Like, it's a good thing for people to leave Nigeria and go elsewhere. And it's their right. If people want to go and live elsewhere to get other opportunities for themselves and their families, that's perfectly legitimate. I think we need to now look at the root cause and say, what's the reason why people are leaving, and fix that. If you're paying doctors 30K and you say they shouldn't go and work where they have a much better future for themselves, that's witchcraft. You can't, like, why? So I feel like we need to solve that and people will stay. If you're arresting people working in tech because they're holding a laptop and then SARS will be giving them trouble and you say they shouldn't go, you're the village people now that we're talking about. So they should go, and at the same time, we need to fix all of these things that hold us back. and that make people not to want to live in this country. It's a hard place to live. So to answer your question, I feel like we need to solve the root causes and look at the real things that are making people move. Some people will move anyway, and as I said at the top, that is a good thing, but we need to make life better for the people that choose to remain and not make it untenable for them to stay here.
Okay. My name is Arushulu Fauziat from NYCN. So my question is, Ojoma, you're going to answer this question. So about the younger adults. We all neglect the part that we still have younger ones coming behind us, and we are looking forward to getting money. We want to japa. What about the younger adults? You're talking about career the other time. What are the things we can do for them to get more knowledge in giving them more advice on their career? And also, these younger adults are really lacking behind. What can we do to them?
That's a very good point. I've seen some really exciting projects. Old School, Fola, you probably know Old School, that are doing technology training. So there are, I'm probably going to describe it very badly, but there are a company that's doing digital and technology skills training for young people. I feel like we need more new models of helping people develop the skills that they want to develop. That secondary school, university, pathway, it has not worked. So what are the new ways that we need to
We haven't even fully explored like our TVET, there's so many.
Exactly. Apprenticeships, all of these things. So we need new models, often enabled by technology, to help us start to develop capacity at scale. So I feel like that's the only way, right? Like some of us are geniuses, some of you are geniuses, and you go to a Nigerian university and turn out all right, or you go through the system and turn out all right. But most people need that extra bit of support. They can't get in, they need a different pathway. So I feel like that's the only solution. And it's not a role only for government. If government can move out of the way, at least be benign, don't harm. Even if you're not helping, don't harm, and let individuals, private NGOs, do those things that enable those skills and capacities to be built. I feel like that's the only solution.
So can I come in with a dissenting view? Which is that, so one of the things that I've noticed over the last 2 to 3 years is everybody wants to train. You talk to NGOs, you talk to companies, everybody wants to train. People don't need training, they need jobs. So I've found that when you have people on our film sets, it's easier if you've done 2 or 3, your career opens up in front of you. You can go and train for 1 year, 2 years, and it doesn't have the same impact as 3 weeks on a set. So what I find is a lot of people believe that because they are so worried about how hard it is to create jobs, they focus on training. And the things that make the biggest long-term impact are the hard things. Training is easy. We call one of us, we give you $1,000 per student, I will train you for 6 months, and everybody gets a certificate. But that person's life doesn't change because at the end of that training, they still have to work. So we need to figure out, like you said, what are the on-ramps to jobs across all these various sectors. That is what will make the difference. And training, if you are determined enough to find the on-ramp, you'll get the training you need. That's basically my sense, basically. Slightly dissenting, I suppose, not fully dissenting.
Yeah, that's what I'm rebutting.
If I can just try to wrap up, some of the things Ojoma said and what Naz said. It really, beyond us pushing the responsibilities of this to government and to the large organizations, I'm one of those strong believers in it begins with you on a very practical level. So, don't clap yet, I'm still going to point fingers. It begins with you on a very practical level. If we think about the way we grew up, the first role models we had were our parents and our elder siblings. And we believe that my daddy is the strongest, richest person in the world. What are you telling people at home? What are you telling your younger ones? And that's to address your question. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. But your question was around the younger ones and how do they know about opportunities. The opportunities you're hearing about, she mentioned Out School. Are you going to keep it in your head or are you going to go home and say, hey, go and check out that Out School thing I heard about? Because if I use myself as an example, up until senior secondary school, I wanted to be a petrochemical engineer. I didn't even know what it meant from primary school, but I just went one way and I met somebody who said she was a petrochemical engineer. I was like, sounds good, let's do it. And when I was filling my JAMB form, honestly, true to God's story, my JAMB form was there for weeks. And the last day when my parents were like, you have to fill this thing, I just saw somebody who I really liked, who was working in KPMG, and I asked him, I like your job, what did you study? And he told me estate management, true story. And that's how I wrote estate management, and true story. I mean, I'm in tech today, but it's God that saved me. I would have been one finding houses for you and managing your estates. But I think it resonates the power of, the community and how it starts from us. You hear about these opportunities, but all you're doing is you're shielding your younger ones and telling them, study maths, English, physics, chemistry, and go and be a doctor. There's nothing wrong in telling them to be a doctor, but introduce them to these new opportunities. As you hear about an online training, as you hear about a program, introduce them to it. Beyond that, we talk about, and to Naz's point about not just training, jobs. It is so important to get that practical knowledge. One of the programs at the LSETF is really about connecting trainees to real life opportunities, because it's not so much, but the people who are going to give them those opportunities, again, are you people that are looking at me in this room. You're the ones who are going to walk up to Teju and say, I can take 5 interns that you've trained, because if we keep pointing and pointing and pointing, nobody is going to get anything done. That's just the last point.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question.
Thank you very much for doing me the honors to take the last question. I really appreciate this panel, and I think we're not telling enough the stories and the opportunities in the creative industry as we have done there. We still have people that see the creative industry as a place for unserious people, dropouts and failures. How are we engaging with parents? How are we engaging with career counselors? How are we engaging with the government to see this opportunity? And I'll tell you an example. I have a young nephew who likes to dance, but his father thinks he's crazy and that is all he wants to do. And can you imagine what he's doing in university, MBA, for heaven's sake? So how do you create the narrative that the creative industry is serious business? Thank you.
If we follow what Fola just told us, then we'll ask you, how do you tell the story if you think it's valuable? I think it's down to all of us, right? I'd have said somebody should make a film about Naz, but Naz is already making the films that he's making, and the other people are, do you see what I mean? So it's still in our communities. We need to elevate the kinds of role models that we want our nephews and nieces and cousins and whatever. We need to elevate them in their sort of daily lives. So I feel like there's so many opportunities. And back to what you were saying about it being an ecosystem. I feel like that's something else we do in Nigeria. If you make a mistake and say you're doing one thing, I see it a lot in the creative industries. If you make a mistake and say you're doing one thing in the creative industries, then people will expect you to fix everything in the creative industries. I've seen it with funders, I've seen it with filmmakers, like, yes, why are you not telling this story? And it's like, okay, you go, what? You see what I mean? So I feel like there's a role still for all of us, and there's a role even for institutions to tell that story. So part of what my practice is trying to do is to elevate the profile by showcasing some of these demonstration role model type people that are educated, they're clearly successful, because you can't envision what you have not seen. You see what I mean? So if it's the same thing with women, even in leadership positions. If a young girl hasn't seen it, then she doesn't know it's possible, and she's aspiring to be a first lady. It's like, actually, no, you can be president, right? And so I feel like we need to be promoting those role models like these guys, and it's for all of us to do, even though there's scope for sort of professional institutions to take on that role as well.
Thank you very much, Ojoma. And on that note, we're rounding down. So do you want to give us your last...
I'm not sure we have much time for that. But I have a question.
Okay.
Can I ask my question? All right. Yes, we do have to round this up, but I have a question that I think applies to pretty much all industries, and I wanted to get the perspective of the panelists on this point. I think very often when we talk about the whole issue of training people and there's a lack of skills, I think a missing link is the passions of those people. So we find situations where people say, okay, the aim thing now is to get into tech, and so someone needs a job, he feels he needs to get trained in tech, but he may have very little passion about it. So my question really is to sort of resituate this whole conversation about employment by perhaps having a situation where we are sifting passion and then have a way of training those people for the opportunities. So Chinaza, for example, made a very strong point about the plethora of opportunities in the creative or in the movie industry. You could do so much as opposed to just act. And someone may be passionate about the movie industry, but he doesn't know where to go. There's nothing out there that is calling that passion. So I just wanted to get the perspective of anyone on the... Okay, I think Fola has...
Yes.
Very short, if you can.
Very short. So a very controversial take to that is passion is overrated.
I hear you.
I think at the end of the day, we are a function of the work we put in and the luck that God or whoever you believe in brings your way. What we need to do is to show people a lot more opportunities. So when people think tech today, they think be a coder, writing code. But there are accountants in tech, there are lawyers in tech, there are designers in tech, there are admin people in tech, there are generalists in tech. So if you show them that there's a wide range of things you can do in tech, and to the point Naz and Idris were saying, and even Ojoma, then they can pick one, and then they can start to work at it. I mean, I'm not saying don't be passionate about your work, but that innate passion, we know less than 0.0001% of the information in the world today. So what is the basis of that passion that you have? It's just that tiny knowledge. If we do a good job in showing them all the opportunities available, then they can know that, okay, I work at this and slowly I will become passionate about the work I do.
I hear what you're saying. But I think of the lady that mentioned the dancer, for example. That dancer may not know where to go. That's just the point I'm making. Well, thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for the panel.
So, before we go, I mean, there's a point that I'd like to make, and we hear a lot, I mean, when panels like this happen, where people talk about policies and policymakers, and anytime people tell me about how broken Nigeria is, I always point out the fact that the people who are running Nigeria are us. They are family members, they are neighbors, we go to churches and mosques with them. And so really, what do we need to do? We need to get involved. If you're not going to run, you need to vote.
Yeah.
Get your PVCs. Look for the candidate that is going to represent you, because I mean we all have different things that drive us, but when you have someone who understands what your challenges are and the person gets to that seat, it's easier for him to be your voice in that room, or her, sorry, please. I'm a girl dad, so I am a gender equality advocate. And then someone talked about Japa, and my own take is very simple. The content that you watch from the rest of the world is inviting them to come. And the content that we push out mostly from here is pushing them to go. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, on that note,
I think it's...
any final word? Okay.
No, thank you very much for joining us today.
Can I just invite everybody to the Teslim Balogun Stadium on Sunday?
Right.
I mean, how many people have watched a live football match in the last 5 years? In the last 5 years?
Yep.
Wow, in your life, how many people have watched a live? No, it's a serious question.
Is it less than 25% of the room?
Does a secondary school game count? Just asking.
All right. Thank you very much. Teslim Balogun Stadium, one of all invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. I thought that was really, really interesting. Great job by the moderator. If you can please step forward for a quick photograph. Very well done. Please can we put our hands together for the moderator? I think she did a great job. Really appreciate her going to the audience quite early to get some perspective.
Yeah, mix it up a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our panelists.
All right. We are moving on very quickly now to the next segment of today's program. Thank you very much again. And our next presentation will be on building resilience for MSMEs. And we'll be hearing from the head of Augusto Consulting, who will be delivering that presentation, and the theme is Building Resilience for MSMEs, a report on the MSMEs Recovery Advocacy Project. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jimmy Obobine, who is the head Augusto Consulting. A round of applause for him as he steps forward, please.
Okay, I can see some connection happening here right after that. Very interesting panel. But Jimmy, if we can put our hands together again for Jimmy as he makes his presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, I think he may have lost or misplaced his pointer, so we'll need the multimedia team to help him to change slides. Thank you very much. Can we have his presentation up, please?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon. I've got very little time to spend with you this afternoon. But what this report is all about is GIZ SEDIN, and Lagos State Employment Trust Fund work together to review, study the impact of COVID on small businesses in Lagos. And so we worked with them to look at the impact of small businesses, the impact of COVID on small businesses in Lagos. We had sessions to discuss the outcomes of the report. We had policy briefings, and we hope that the output of the report will go into policy making, and some of the conversations we've had here, it's also gone into all of that input. So very quickly over the next 10 minutes, I'll just be showing you the background, the policy recommendations. So first, we need to recognize that Nigeria is a small business country. 96% of businesses in Nigeria are small businesses. So when we talk about employment, which the last panel was talking passionately about, or unemployment, it means that for the small businesses are actually the engine room of this employment. And if there's unemployment, it's because the engine room isn't working well enough. So now, the small businesses were also some of the biggest sufferers of COVID in Lagos and in Nigeria generally, for mainly two reasons. One, they were the least prepared for COVID, and secondly, they had the least budget to also manage the fallout and impact of COVID. And that's why this study by GIZ and SEDIN was very important, to review how to help small businesses build back and how to help the state help small businesses build back as well. So what are some of the key risks faced by small businesses in Lagos, SMEs? I know we've heard this over the last 2 days, but just to rehash very quickly, macro risks. If we're hearing about JAPA, it's quite interesting how we tell people, oh, remain behind in the country, without reviewing the underlying issues affecting JAPA, currency depreciation, what 1,000 naira could buy 6-10 years ago, 1,000 naira can't buy that much any longer, right? So cost of goods and services on the rise, income on the low. So how do you manage? A dollar, about this time 5-6 years ago, a dollar was about 360. Today, depending on the market you go to, you can get that dollar for anywhere between 413 and 560. But small businesses will probably be getting it at 560. So these are some of the underlying issues that we're seeing that are driving some of the problems we're talking about. Financial and liquidity risks. Small businesses do not have enough financial capacity to access loans. Operational risks, they do not have the luxury of services, departments, key service providers that big businesses have. Infrastructure risks, which we're well familiar with in Lagos. Regulatory risks, and then COVID-induced risks. It's good to see the city opening once again, but many businesses that suffered in 2020 have not recovered till date. And what this data here shows us is, it basically shows us what COVID did to unemployment in Lagos. If you stretch this chart to a decade, Lagos has always had a lower unemployment rate than Nigeria. In other words, if you look at the average in terms of job creation in Nigeria, Lagos has always outpaced Nigeria, which is why a lot of people come here, because Lagos is like that dreamland. If you want to get a job, you have to come to Lagos. But what COVID did is it reversed the testimony of Lagos, and Lagos became worse off than the national average in terms of employment. And that's why you can see that by quarter 4 of 2020, unemployment rates in Lagos rose to close to 40%, while the rest of the country was about 33%. So, what are some of these key risks faced by businesses, SMEs in particular? There's increased adoption of technology. It's a boon, and it could also be a bust for small businesses. Changes in consumer behavior. People who never used to shop online, by the time they were locked down, they started shopping online and things like that, and they would never go back to the way they used to behave before. So small businesses need to understand these new trends and see how can they position for these new trends. Social media marketing, which is part of infusion of technology in business behavior. Budget cuts, and then shift in business offerings. So let's look at some of the policy recommendations. Prior to the policy discussion with key stakeholders organized by GIZ, we had about 10 broad policies, which was streamlined to about 2. So just in case to understand that these were not all of the policies that were proffered for small businesses, but we shrunk them because what we want is we want action. We do not want recommendations that remain on paper. We want action. So first, the theme is like the global theme around post-COVID global theme, which is building back better. How do we build back better? Building back better simply means that in building back, how do we correct some of the flaws that were there even before COVID? Rather than just a patch or a cosmetic recovery, can we use this opportunity to actually address some of the underlying issues that small businesses have always faced, such that we're not just talking about post-COVID recovery, but we're talking about sustainable recovery. So that's the first philosophical theme of this project, to say to ourselves that how do we build back in such a way that not only are we better than we were before COVID, but we can actually put the state and SMEs in this state on a path of solid growth. So the second, one of the first things we said in terms of now picking actual policies to building back better, this broad philosophy of building back better, is reviewing our regulatory processes in Lagos. Many businesses today are doing more online than they were before COVID. Can we bring the regulatory process online as well? Because when you bring regulatory process online, what it does is that it increases transparency. Today, the rules are known by the person you meet at the desk. And those rules are known to only him or her. But if things are online, then the rules are known to all. The rules are more transparent. There's greater disclosure, and there's more transparent implementation of the rules. What this would also achieve is help reduce physical interface. Let's open a Pandora's box here. What physical interface between businesses and regulators and the government does is that it leads to increased risks of shady business acts. Okay? So when you reduce physical interface such that we can digitize processes, then the rules are clear to everyone. Even if I contravene the rules, the fines are clear to me. Unlike when there's physical interface and you hear things like the person in charge of your file is not around, the person in charge of your file has not come. And secondly, promote alternative access to finance. We asked for the creation of a Lagos COVID Recovery Grant Fund and alternative access to finance. We heard the panelists talk about knowledge and how much knowledge there is waiting for those who can tap. So today, there are lots of grant funds available in the world today. And we're asking that if LSITF can be some form of clearinghouse for all of these kinds of funds to help small businesses tap into these funds. Secondly, we know that the federal government was benevolent enough with small businesses through the central bank and all sorts of agencies to sort of transmit funds to small businesses. But the question then is, who got these monies? Who got these funds? A lot of people will say, I do not know who got these funds. But we know the work LSCTF is doing. We know it's good work. So if LSCTF has already built a framework and an infrastructure that knows genuinely small businesses in Lagos that are genuinely creating impact, then we can have LSCTF sort of stand in between the gap between the grant providers, fund providers, and the small businesses. That's on one end. On the other end, you also have alternative access to finance like leasing that is less of a burden than vanilla bank loans, which are more injurious to small businesses. And then thirdly, we're also calling for increased knowledge, financial knowledge. We see lots of small business owners who know their business and know it well, but they do not understand finance. And financial illiteracy is often punished, and often punished very hard. So it's very important that small business owners, if they have to grow back and if we have to build back better, need to understand finance better. So thank you very much. So these are the major highlights of the report by GIZ and LSCTF. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So just before you go, is that report publicly available, or do we have to pay something to
No, you do not
consume?
have to pay. GIZ and LSCTF have been kind enough to
So is it available online, perhaps for those who would
LSCTF,
like
I
to?
believe it should be available online. And
Where should we check? That's
the LSCTF website.
LSCTF website.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for Jimmy.
Very useful insights, some policy recommendations for the LSCTF, the broader Lagos State, and of course to others who are in the room that can influence policy. Moving on now, we'll go into what I think should be a very, very useful panel session. Because earlier we had mentioned innovation as a big part of how we're going to create jobs, and indeed not just employment but employability. So this next panel will be a showcase of leading practices in entrepreneurship for job creation, and I'd like to invite the moderator and panelists, starting with the moderator, Omolara Adewumi, who is Director of Programs and Coordination at the LSETF. Please, a round of applause for her as she steps forward. I think we can do better than that. Let's be more generous with our applause. Thank you so much. All right, can we have a team to quickly change the tags on the stage, please? Thank you very much. As I invite the others, Mr. Khalil Nur Khalil is Executive Secretary at the Kaduna State Investment Promotion Agency. Please, a round of applause for him as he steps forward. All right, I know it's almost lunchtime, but we can do better. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Olawale Onifowoshe, who is General Manager, Programs and Partnership at the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University. A round of applause for him as well. Thank you so much. And joining virtually will be Mrs. Anifowoshe. Oh, my apologies. It's Mr. Olawale Anifowoshe. Please, a round of applause for him again. Thank you very much. We also have joining us virtually Mrs. Ayokomi Ayuba, Interim Country Director at TechnoServe Nigeria. I hope the team can confirm if she is with us. And last but certainly not least, we have Professor Sunday Abayomi Adebisi, who is Professor of Entrepreneurship, Hub and Strategic Management at the University of Lagos. Please, a round of applause for him as well. Once again, do we have a team coming to change? Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll try.
All right, on that note, I'll hand over to the moderator for the session.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Omolara Aderumi. I'm Director of Programs at LSCTF. Today, we'll be talking about showcase of leading practices in entrepreneurship for job creation. And of course, you're all aware, and we've talked and given background of what we do at Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and we all know how closely we work with entrepreneurs. The last speaker also mentioned the role MSME plays in job creation in Lagos and Nigeria as a whole. I believe the last survey that was done by Sweden and National Bureau of Statistics stated that 80% of jobs come from MSMEs. So MSMEs play a significant role in job creation. At LSCTF, we've done this for over 5 years, but we also understand the same way we have people coming to speak to us and asking us on how we're able to implement our program successfully is the same way we also have right here on this panel. We have several panelists from different geographical zones and organizations that are also working closely to support entrepreneurs. If you look around in the room today, and ask somebody, Nigeria is considered one of the countries with the most entrepreneurial, and a lot of us in the room today, I'm sure we have some other side gigs we do, because we are always doing something on the side. There's always one business or the other. So we have people here today that are masters in the field. Right next to me is Mr. Khalil, who is Executive Secretary of KADIPA. KADIPA is Kaduna Investment Promotion Agency. They've done amazing work on Ease for Business. They deserve a round of applause. It's impressive how much work they've done. Also next to him is our partner, actually, Dr. Olawale Anifowoshe, General Manager at EDC, Enterprise Development Center. They've done several works with courses that they provide to entrepreneurs, different programs for youths on entrepreneurship, and it would also be talking to us about his experience and how we can also leverage on some of the work they're doing. Next to him now is a professor. So I hope you're all ready, because look, I have my pen and my notebook. I'm ready to take notes. He's a professor in entrepreneurial studies and also the founder of Entrepreneurship and Skills Development Center at UNILAG. Please give him a round of applause. That is a work. So he's catching them. This is what we say when you catch them young. So at UNILAG, at that center, you can start your business from as early as first year. So you're also sustaining yourself, you're creating jobs for people on the campus, and even after you graduate, you can still be running your business on campus and creating jobs for students on the campus as well. And lastly, we have virtually our final panelist, Ms. Ayokomi Ayuba. She's the interim country manager at TechnoServe. TechnoServe is a global organization that uses business to reduce poverty, and they've done life-changing programs across the continent, and in Nigeria they are also working in several states. So we'll also be hearing from her today. Now the plan is for all the panelists to present, and they have 3 minutes each to talk on their presentation, and then I would ask questions, and then I'll open the floor for you to ask questions. Thank you very much. So I will be starting with you, Mr. Khalil.
Should I just go ahead?
Yes, your presentation.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Khalil. I'm the Executive Secretary of the Kaduna Investment Promotion Agency. It's an agency tasked with facilitating, originating investments.
I'm so sorry to.
Okay, cut me short.
Sorry to interrupt
yes.
you. I understand that you are all making short presentations, so
Yeah.
you may need to step forward so you can see the
Okay,
presentation
cool.
and use
That's
the Just for that moment. Thank you.
Cool. So is it on?
Can we have the slide up, please? Okay, go ahead.
All right, cool. So first of all, I'm going to talk about the leading entrepreneurial practices in Kaduna State. Most of our businesses, actually, wait, let me start with what my agency does. We originate, facilitate, and coordinate investments into Kaduna State via greenfield projects, brownfield projects, public-private partnerships, privatization, commercialization. We're tasked with showcasing Kaduna State as the premier investment destination in Africa, and we're also tasked with easing the business environment for investors, where we're ranked #1 on the World Bank Doing Business ranking in 2018. So as part of the leading entrepreneurial practices in Kaduna State, we have a lot of activity in the agricultural sector. 42% of the workforce are employed in the agricultural sector. 51% of our GDP is contributed by this sector as well. We have a lot of activity in the renewable energy sector, creative arts sector, and also a lot of IT tech business centers as well. I don't know if you check Twitter lately, our tech scene is pushing, is having a lot of activity. But I'll quickly explain the governance structure of Kaduna State government. We have a State Executive Council. We have 5 policy councils under the State Executive Council: the Human Capital Development Council, Economic Development Council, Infrastructure Development Council, Procurement Monitoring Council, and Economic Development Council. So under these councils, under the Human Capital Development Council, we have the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, which under it we have KSIMB, which is the Kaduna State Industrial Micromanagement Board, which we have renamed because it's a mouthful, to what is known as the Kaduna Enterprise Development Agency, which is tasked with supporting small-scale businesses, MSMEs, and the like. So the support that my agency gives is we provide an enabling environment. We have digitized, automated, and done a lot in terms of easing the process of getting permits, licenses, land administration. We're ranked #1 in the whole of Nigeria in getting your C of O in record time. We're ranked #1 in enforcing a contract. We're #5 on starting a business, and I think about #17 in the collecting.
That deserves a round of applause, please. In an environment like Lagos.
There's this recent PEBEC report that came out where we were ranked #14 in Nigeria, so I'll be in Abuja next week contending this result and giving them a piece of our mind. So for the support that we give, we provide an enabling environment for businesses. We hold aftercare services. That is, we go around MSMEs in Kaduna State. We hold dinners, breakfasts, PPDs, which are public-private dialogues. With these businesses, we sit down, we hear their problems, we do a lot of policy advocacy, we explore innovative policy regimes and the likes. So Kaduna State has done by far the most in Nigeria in terms of initiatives carried out by the state government to run for MSMEs. We have done what's known as CADSTEP, the Kaduna Startup Entrepreneurship Program, which graduated about 5,000 trainees in the past 7 years. We have now renewed it, and we have called it CADSTEP Singularity. Singularity in the sense that there will be AI, 5G, Bitcoin, the metaverse, and so many other things. I think we're the only sub-national in Africa running this program now. It has launched and it's ongoing as we speak. We have also done what's known as Click on Kaduna in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation and the World Bank, where we sit down. The program has been evolving. We've had IBM come in, and we've done datathons, hackathons, so many other initiatives. We've done CADAT, the Artisan Training Program. We have done what's known as the CAD ICT Hub, where we sit down and host all the tech enthusiasts in Kaduna State. We have also done CADSWEP, the Women Empowerment Fund, which is going to launch the third version. Every year we put in 200 million naira where we give small loans to women-owned businesses in Kaduna State. To quickly sum up the challenges that we have been experiencing in Kaduna State is the usual. There's the business environment issues, which we're going to sustain the reforms to ensure we become not just number one in Nigeria, but number one in Africa. We feel this is possible and it is doable. We're a government of action and not a government of talk. We also face challenges of access to finance, so agencies like myself bring them to the table. We're trying to introduce, private equity thinking, venture capital funds, and not just your typical CBN intervention loans and all these things. We want to move forward. We want to integrate into the global value chain. We want our businesses to be forward thinking. There's also the challenge of markets, access to markets and so on. So we have the inland dry port where we're trying to sensitize our MSMEs to take advantage of and register on Afrexim's Mensa platform, KYC platforms, and so on. There's also security challenges, as most of you are aware, coming from Kaduna State. Kaduna State is the only state that has a Ministry of Internal Security and Home Affairs. We publish quarterly transparent security reports. No other state does this, where we are also trying to show how many people are being killed and is the trend going down. If it's not going down, what is the issue? We guarantee all our investors 24-hour security and so on. With how we connect entrepreneurship to conclude and jobs, what we have done is this Skills for Prosperity program with FCDO links. The Skills for Prosperity, okay. They are over there. You better come and walk, you're clapping. Yeah, so basically the idea of this program is to move forward from just training. How do the big investors that we're bringing in, the $600 million investments, the $1 billion investments, how do you actually provide jobs for these guys that have just been trained? So we're sitting down with the private sector investors and the training programs, and then we're figuring out ways where all the value chain companies that are springing up around these industries, how do they work together, integrate and service the local market in Nigeria and also integrate into the global value chain? I think I'll leave it here. I have a lot more to say, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaleo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Gadiba and State of Kaduna truly deserves a round of applause. So much work, even a lot more than I knew they were doing. And I have a lot of follow-up questions for him. And I'm sure some of my questions will take a whole day because I will be asking a lot about data. But well done for a state with such a significant amount of people in the informal sector to have achieved this. It's actually commendable. So well done, Mr. Kaleo.
Thank you so much.
Very well done. So next, we'll call on Dr. Olawale Anifowoshe to quickly, please, 3 minutes, and then we can talk about the questions.
Okay.
After. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olawale Anifowoshe. I'm not a government, so my presentation is very different from that of Kaduna State.
Can we have the slides up, please?
Okay. Okay. So, I want to start by sharing with you what we do at the Enterprise Development Center. The EDC is the Entrepreneurship Center of the Pan-Atlantic University, and we're set up in 2003 as a response to providing support services to small and growing businesses in Nigeria. And we've done this by in two very, very direct approaches. One, providing capacity building, training programs, and the second one is business development service, which basically is the hand-holding of small and medium businesses and helping them to develop structures within their businesses, developing accounting structures, and all of those key components that makes a business to grow. So there are many things many approaches that we've engaged in providing job creation, and one direct one is truly with the two approaches which I talked about. The first one is the training program, providing management training to small business. And of course, I'm sure there are many data and reports out there that shows how when a business is trained and a business is exposed to capacity building and how these directly relate to job creation. So I'm going to share some of the things that we've done in the last few years that has directly impacted on job creation in Nigeria. I don't know how many people have heard of the UWIN program, the Youth with Innovation Nigeria. Please clap for yourselves. I'm sure that some of you have benefited from it. The UWIN program, EDC directly implemented the UWIN 1, 2, and 3 program. And in the first 3, we trained a total of 166,000 young people. Most of them were business owners. Some of them were just starting off. And from that 166,000, about 25% of them got grants from the federal government and received business development services. And of course, that directly related to them creating between 1 and 5 new jobs. And of course, there's data from the World Bank to support what I've just said. So this in itself showed that if you provide training and support services to businesses, you definitely are able to help them provide structures in their businesses that helps them to then start to grow and create new jobs. So the data that was also shared by Gusto earlier, about 96% of the MSMEs being the ones providing jobs, and also buttressed by the speaker after him, shows that truly if you can support that engine, which is the MSME, you truly can create more jobs in Nigeria. So we also did the BIG project with the World Bank, and of course the BIG project supported more directly businesses that were high impact growth businesses, and we worked with them specifically, and these businesses created in the neighborhoods of 10 jobs each as they were growing. So there are a few partnerships, because partnership is one of the key tools which we use in the work that we do in providing support to businesses. So we've worked with a number of the commercial banks in Nigeria today. We've worked with telecoms, we've worked with LSCTF, and all of this is for us to be able to provide those training resources that truly helps businesses to grow. And this leads me to the more recent project which we have, which is a Transforming Nigeria Youth project. And one of all of the experiences which we've had over the years helped us to understand that if you are able to provide an easy access to startups and young people in Nigeria to be able to learn about how to create and develop businesses, you truly can help them to start creating employment for themselves. So we came up in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, the Transforming Nigeria Youth program, and the objective of that program is to create 40,000 new jobs every year. And how do we want to achieve this? We want to achieve this by providing free training and resources to more than 200,000 Nigerians every year over the next 5 years. And of course, we are focusing predominantly on women. And I mean, the reason why we are focusing on women is obvious. If you support a woman, you are supporting a community. So definitely, we are all in for supporting women. Please clap for me. Now, our approach, and of course, it's interesting that I had Khalid from Kaduna speak earlier, and our approach was, let's start with the 3 key states that have a huge number of young unemployed people in Nigeria. So we started with Lagos, Kaduna, and Kano. And I'm very happy with some of the information you wrote out, because I visited Kaduna, and I'm very happy with a lot of the development in Kaduna State. And of course, with some of the data that I'll be showing in the next slide, you would see how Lagos, Kano, and Kaduna had led the path when it came to the project that we're doing. So we started with Lagos, Kano, and Kaduna, and we pushed out, the resources to the young people. With your mobile phones, with your featured phone, you can sign up and you can start learning. And once you complete the learning, at no cost to you, which means you don't use your data. Once you sign up, you will get to learn for free. With your featured phone, you don't have to use your airtime. You can learn about accounting, you can learn about marketing, business planning, and all of those core functions that help you to build a solid business. And once you complete your learning, you're then able to get access to a BDSP, a business development service provider, that then handholds you and helps you to put those structures that allows you to be able to present a solid business plan that allows you to get funding for your business. Today, we have 49,000 people learning on that platform. And out of those 49,000 people, 5,184 of them have completed their growth plans and have started receiving support from the BDSP engagement currently. And this is in our first year of running this project. And we've been able to create 1,139 jobs. By the end of this year, with the new model we've adopted, which now means that we've expanded beyond Lagos, Kano, and Kaduna. We have a state-level approach, which means we're working with state governments to launch this program in the 36 states. We are able to hit 40,000 new jobs. So let me show some data that helps to see. In the year one, Lagos State was leading. We have about 9,000 people learning on the platform in Lagos. And very interesting, we have Kano leading in number 2 and Kaduna leading in the 3rd place. So these 3 states are the ones that are leading the pack when it comes to the learning and the support from the BDSPs. Our aspiration is that by the time we get to the 5th year of this project, we would have created 200,000 jobs and also have the ripple effect that helps us to create up to even 1 million jobs in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anil-Foshe. Thank you so much. It's quite interesting to see how much work EDC is doing with the several programs, especially with the ones where you're doing with youth, considering the rate of youth unemployment in Lagos State as a whole. But for the youth training in partnership with masterclass, is this for Lagos? You're doing Lagos, what other states? Kaduna and...
So we started with Lagos, Kano, and Kaduna.
Mm-hmm.
To
So you're going to all the states? Okay, well, very well done. So we're going to go, maybe we should take panelists virtually first before we come to Professor. So Ms. Ayuba, can you hear us?
Do we have Mr. Ayuba? If we can put him, or Mrs. rather. Okay. We cannot hear her. I know she's speaking, but we can't hear her right now.
Okay, maybe we should come back. So maybe let's go, Professor. Okay. Professor Adebisi. So we'll be hearing from Professor now. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm quite happy to be here. Can I have this slide? Before the slide is put up, you could say that I'm overdressed for this occasion. It's deliberate. And it's to show to you that a student of mathematics was the one that kicked me like this in University of Lagos. And as I speak to you today, he's graduated, and this is what he's doing, and fit fashion, and already is exporting his products to Dubai, to Germany, to US, to UK. So I'm always very proud to put this on, and some of the other outfits, it's actually developed, for us in the university, so that to tell you there's no need for Japa, you don't need to do that. Maybe when I'm done, there's no need for that. Okay, thank you very much, LSCTF. You're doing an amazing job. The story with you, equally, we started it together. I recall you started in 2016, and that was when we were pushing very strongly to University of Lagos for entrepreneurship, and I had stint with some of the people that started it, and you've done a great job. So I will just be talking about what University of Lagos has done, and first of all, for the audience listening to me, I want to tell you leadership is very important, and I want to give it to my Vice Chancellor, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, who understood the language of youth unemployment and understood that the only thing to do is to make the youth to create the job of today and the job of the future through entrepreneurship, which the university has strongly launched into, and we are targeting creating not less than 5,000 studentpreneurs. We call them studentpreneurs by year 2025. And we've done pretty well in that. You start seeing that. So first of all, what is our reality? Just like the moderator said, we like talking with data, talking about fact. Yes, this is our reality. When you look at the slide there, for sure, you could say that for Empower, how many jobs are available, how many people apply for it. We know it's a bit frustrating. World Bank raises alarm over Nigeria rising unemployment. Yeah, it's outside there. 400,000 Nigerians apply for less than 200 vacancies in ICPC. Yeah, that's our reality. That's our reality. And when you look at some of the data outside there, you discover that our unemployment rate, so that I don't begin to talk about what Aguso had said the other time, is so huge, and the youth is worth it. That's the truth. That's our reality. And that is what we understood in the University of Lagos, where we graduate about 15,000 students every year. And we ask ourselves a question: what do we need to do? And all we need to do is the fact that we need to make the youth to begin to create the jobs. When you look at what we have, some of the things we put in there, we have 1.8 million undergraduate students in Nigerian university every year, and we have 242,000 PG students. That's about 2 million. All Nigerian university graduates about 500,000 students every year. And less than 200,000 jobs are created in this nation every year, formal jobs. Formal jobs, because when you've gone to university, you want to do, formal jobs. Less than 200,000 formal jobs created in Nigeria every year, and each university push out 500,000 graduates. I have not talked about polytechnic and colleges of education. And more than 400,000 jobs were lost to COVID-19. So even the job being created cannot even balance the job being lost. So at the end of the day, it's almost zero job being created. Less than 10% of the university graduates get formal jobs in 5 years. We put 500,000 into the system every year, and less than 10% of them, which is, 10% will be what? Will be 50,000. Less than 50,000 will get job in 5 years. So the deficit of 450,000 every year. So in 5 years, you know that you've gotten the deficit of about 200,000, every, in that 5 years. So then, what am I saying? 2 million in 5 years, 2.something million in 5 years. That's the deficit. And that is what the university looked at as, okay, we need to do something. And that is why the Entrepreneurship and Skill Development Center was created in the university. And who we are, we're dedicated to resolving the unemployment situation in this nation by paying attention to our students and ensuring that we support students to create their own job right away from the university. What do? What we do is entrepreneurship teaching, employability skill training, innovation drive, campus status drive, student business advice, startup incubation, hub management, business planning support, and we are very heavy in design thinking. And where are we today? It will amaze you, if you can see from my slide, that we've been able to train 8,000 students in 5 years, 32 major entrepreneurship programs executed, more than 250 startups have come from our own incubation center in University of Lagos. 11 new businesses are being state funded as I speak to you now, and we've been able to equally get BOI support to the tune of 200 billion naira for our students that are ready to create businesses. And where are we going? From the university, there's what we call BITE. We always call our students to come and BITE. Our BITE is business, innovation, and talent expression, where we invite our students at every point in time to bring on board their business ideas, to support them through, and ensure that they are able to give birth to startups before they leave the university. And we want to harvest 5,000 of them. We've done 325 last year, which was BITE 1.0. And we have the interest of having 1,000 campus startups that have received minimum of 10 million naira investment by 2025, other startups that have received minimum investment of 50 million or $1 million by 2025. We are already on that journey. 10 startups that have received minimum of investment of 100 million naira by 2025. And we want to have a unicorn by 2025, a business that we have an offstake or that can sell for 1 billion. And we're already on that journey. And I want to state very categorically, after I want to close, because it should be a short presentation, that what are we trying to do in University of Lagos? You could see the 6 things we're trying to do. Free incorporation for successful businesses in the university. Once we take you through from our incubation center, we register you free of charge. University of Lagos have made provision of 5 million naira annual budget for that. Up to 2 million naira zero interest loan from BOI for our students. We have 200 million naira of that for our students. Free admission into the incubation center where we support you. We patent any IP that comes out of your whatever business interest or business idea, and University of Lagos fully, does that for our students free of charge, free mentorship and support, and access to market and commercialization. All this we do for our students and as a university because we want to ensure the fact that we create the jobs. As I speak to you today, we equally have a Center of Excellence, which I'm equally the director. We call it Aurora Center of Excellence for Unemployment and Skill Development, where we won a grant of 600,000 UKR pounds to ensure the fact that we are able to do research that will bring at least convenient end to youth unemployment in Africa. And we're working with South Africa, with Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. And we're leading from my center here, and we've done an amazing job. So these are the kind of partnership, we want. We want people to sponsor our BITE. We want now to create what we call Startup Garage. One of the challenges we've had at the university is that most of the startups would like to stay around the university environment. But then, once I'm done with you, I have to ease you out so that I can bring in other students. So I need to create a startup garage where it is possible for us to have, another Silicon Valley University of Lagos. And this is what we've been able to do, and we're still doing it. And I want to say kudos to my vice chancellor who supported us. And let me say this: what we've been doing in University of Lagos, and very recently that we partner with EDC of the Pan Atlantic University, has led to changing the curriculum of entrepreneurship across the entire nation. We move it, and then USA has just done that, and it has been infused to the entirety of the university curricula, so that everybody, whatever you do entrepreneurship. In my university, if I do music, I call it musicpreneur. If I do engineering, I call it enginepreneur. If I do medicine, I call it medicinepreneur. If I do pharmacy, I call it pharmapreneur. What I'm saying is that there is no course that does not have orientation of entrepreneurship, and we're going the journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you so much for the work you're doing and for working with our youth from that stage. I was just curious to find out, so all these businesses, when they start them on campus, right, and they graduate, do you monitor or track what they're doing next? Do all these people go out of the university to continue being entrepreneurs and creating jobs, or do they just leave? Because I don't imagine that they keep opening businesses. How many office space do you have in Unilag? So how does it work? What is the what have you put in place for M&E for all these students? I understand that yes, you're promoting entrepreneurs. I understand that yes, formal sectors is not creating enough jobs. So it's very clear to us now that we need people to obviously go the entrepreneurship route and obviously create more jobs. Which even for our trainings now, we are doing a lot more, providing more startup toolkits as opposed to placement, because how many jobs are actually out there? So I understand that. I just want to understand in your space at Unilag what happens next. So do you monitor, do they continue these businesses, do they continue expanding, or do they just leave Unilag once they graduate? That's the end.
Thank you very much, because if you listen to me, it's very important that we create the campus startup, because we want to create jobs. So what is important is that we want to support you so that you're not going to queue for the unavailable jobs, but you're going to create a job, and once you get out of the university, you can employ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 persons. So what we do is that we monitor you all through. It's a journey with us. We give you the support. After you graduated from the university, our hub is still available for you for between 6 months and 1 year. And after which, because we need to bring in other students, you have to leave. We support you to ensure the fact that you can get business spaces, not necessarily within the university, but outside where you can do your business. We follow you through. We give you business support and business advice at every point in time. We bring you back into the university to connect with students that we're just creating. So it's a network. And it's been very amazing. We've had so many of them doing pretty well. We follow them through. We follow them up. We support them we can. We introduce them to bank. We ensure that BOI supports them even after the university system. So it's a journey with us that we ensure the fact that they're able to create a job.
Thank you very much, Professor. So we're going to take our last panelist now. I believe it's better we can hear clearly now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Ayuba. We can hear you clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Can I have my slides? So my name again is Ayokomi Ayuba. I'm the Interim Country Director for TechnoServe Nigeria. So I'll just introduce who we are in TechnoServe and what we do very quickly. So TechnoServe is an international not-for-profit organization that has worked over the last 54 years in developing countries. And what are we doing? We're fighting poverty by helping people build regenerative businesses, farms, and markets in order to increase incomes. And so we have areas of excellence across agriculture, entrepreneurship, food processing, and for the purpose of this session, I will be using a case study. And the case study is the Pan-African Youth Entrepreneur Development Program that is funded by City Foundation. So we all know that the youth population is growing, and as well, unemployment and underemployment is also growing. And so City Foundation looked at it and worked with us in TechnoServe to develop a program that addresses job creation in the entrepreneurship space. And the practice we are using is targeting micro retailers, right? The first M in MSME. And basically what we are doing is to ensure that we provide them with this, youth, so these are youths that youth-owned businesses. And in categorizing youth, we're looking at youths between the ages of 18 and 35. And we give them the right skills, the right tools, the right support, and the support is in terms of tailored advisory, access to markets, access to finance, and so on, so that they are able to move away from the initial goal which was, I want to go into business to meet immediate family needs, to move beyond that to growing their businesses intentionally and in a transformative way. So this is a regional project that is, you can see the countries where it is being implemented, and in Nigeria we are implemented, in 4 states, and it is an annual project. That means it's an annual funding cycle for the last 5 years. So I'll go into our impact in the last 5 years. So this is the impact figures, and this is the KPIs of measurement. Now I will focus on 2, which is around women. So women and youth are very critical thematic areas for us in TechNuserve. And we have seen that micro retail actually has more women participation, 74% across 5 years. And during this time, 232 or about jobs were created. The figures tell themselves. But for us also, one of our things was to also ensure, the KPI was to ensure that they adopted the best business practices that were being taught. At least 70% adoption and at least 30% growth in sales revenue or income. So this is what the project has delivered within the last 5 years. And I thought also that for this session, I won't say too much and just wait for the question, is also to have one of our participants, a participant in the last cycle, tell their story. And so we have a video in the next slide that will tell that story. Yeah.
I have video now. She told me that I got video.
Please go ahead. And it's a short video. I don't know, is it playing on that side?
No, Ms. Ayuba, it's not playing. So we might, because we're running out of time, we might have to.
Okay, that's fine. Well, the video was supposed to show just how one of our participants, an entrepreneur, was able to increase her income, but more importantly, was able to, create jobs through apprenticeship, right? And I just thought that it will give more value to the conversation today. But that's fine.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Ayuba. I absolutely can relate to what your program, especially the city program, which will targeted micro enterprises, which I believe generally for me and from the research I've done, are usually left behind. So if you look at the numbers, it says that in the country we have over 41 million MSMEs, and out of the 41 million plus, only 73,000 is SME. So we still have over how many in the micro enterprise bracket? How do we convert these businesses from MEs to SMEs? This is something that is one of our focus at LSCTF this year. But what I also find is, yet a lot of businesses are still targeting SMEs. So it's good to actually hear from you, and I would like you to confirm those states where you're actually working, because we need to do a lot more for micro enterprises. And it's also good that you're targeting women. Like somebody said, you feed a woman, you feed a nation. If you train one woman, you train the nation. So it's good that you're focusing at women as well, because a significant amount of the micro enterprises are actually women. But I was just curious, what states are you actually doing this program? Can you please just mention the states?
I can 2 years of the program. So this is in its 5th year, in its 5th cycle. The first 2 years were in Abuja and Enugu, where we worked for 2 years with different micro retails to achieve the aim and the goal of the project. And in 2019, we moved to Asaba and Port Harcourt, because again, that is another area in the South that has, a high number of micro retailers. So we have worked in these 4 states. But very interestingly enough, and I would say this, is that the initial plan when we started was to move it away from physical. So I also alluded that we train. So it's about training, it's about tailored advisory. And so the plan was to move from physical engagement to digital platforms. And we had planned that we will do that in the 4th year. But COVID fast-tracked that plan. And based on COVID, we had to re-strategize and create learning platforms, use the different social media platforms like WhatsApp to do the training. So what that has meant, that means, and also enrollment, so everything has gone online now, application to the program and so on. So what that means now is that we are state agnostic. It means we have brought down the physical walls because of the digital, because of introducing the digital tools, and people can now apply. Do you understand? So I don't want us to focus on states alone, but yes.
Okay, so, but the issue now is some would say that we're doing this alone for online. Some people say they struggle, they don't have data, they don't have access. How has that been going for you? Like, what's the plan? Because these are some of the challenges we face, which is why I'm asking this question.
No, and they are challenges. These are challenges that were expected. So when we did the pilots, COVID again gave us that opportunity to pilot it and to say, okay, what are the challenges that will come from engaging virtually? Yeah, so one of it is access to digital tools. And one of the digital tools that is needed is a phone. And we find out that a number of them don't have phones, or they don't have access to data in order to, do these courses online. So one of the things that we did was to provide data incentive. So we have 4 modules that they are meant to complete, and after each module, and after you have confirmation of completion of a module, we incentivize with data, we fund the data, and it's just a minimal cost. But with Beta Bread, we had 265 of them, and I was wondering that how many of them will finish it.
Okay.
And it turned out that all of 100% completed the training module online.
Thank you very much, Ayuba. Thank you very, very much, and well done again to TechnoServe and for all the work they're doing. So I'm going to have to open it up for questions. Before I do that, I just want to say thank you very much to our panelists again. You're all doing great work in your spaces in Kaduna, EDC, across different states in Lagos, and also Professor as well, doing so much work with youth. But there's still challenges that, some people will say they've challenges, the national challenges, local state challenges as well. But the good thing about this is for us this is why we're having talking together, and we can take this discussion outside the stage. But I would have to open it up now for anybody that might have questions. Access to information is very key. Right here we have very experienced people, we have a professor, so access to the right information is even more important. So if you have any questions right now, if you have any entrepreneurs in the room that want to ask questions, I can only take 2 questions. So can we take the 2 questions really fast? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomoa Oshisonra. I am the CEO and co-founder of AjoVest. My question is this, to TechnoServe, Kaduna and Lagos State Government and EDC. Now, at AjoVest, what we do is we digitize credit payments, get credit history from MSMEs and the likes. Now, we got to understand something. We found out that to understand the MSMEs, we saw that the persons who they trust the most are the Ajo agents, their cooperatives, their associations and the likes. How is the government, how are the big corporations seeking to partner with these associations, these Ajo agents, to better educate their words about best business practices? Because one of the problems we faced while we were on the market was loan remittance or educating the Ajo agents as to how best to discuss best business practices. I think that's the best way to put it. How is the government trying to leverage on this existing system to better push towards the MSMEs and make them understand how important all of this is for job creation? Thank you.
Okay. You want to go?
Okay.
I don't know, what's the name of the company again? I sort of lost.
Ajovest. It's called Ajovest.
Are you guys set up in Kaduna?
They provide services that offer some form of loans.
So first of all, come and set up in Kaduna, and then I can assure you every month you have this sensitization exercise that you will run.
Can I answer?
I'm not sure it got.
I think Mrs. Ayuba is trying to respond. Do we have her audio? Yes, please. Very briefly, if you can, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so very quickly to that question. We cannot go into communities without doing sensitization. And once we have mapped who the influencers, so like you said, the cooperatives, the local AJO organizations, government organizations, and create that buy-in, because their buy-in is very critical to how we engage the participants, right? So we also have them as part of the training. They are invited to be part of the training. They are invited at every step of the activity, including, can I say so, that we also have an aftercare where private sector, so we invite private sector players, especially in the FMCG listing, these micro retailers buy from. So we also have that partnership too with the private sector, with government with the public sector, with the communities, with the local government, with churches, with mosques, in order to ensure that we drive success and achieve the goals of the project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayuba. We have to round up now. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the panelists. Thank you for the work you're all doing in your several space. And if you have any other question, you can speak to them off the stage. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Please, another round of applause for our panelists and, of course, the moderator for the session. If you can please step forward here, yes, for a quick photograph. Quick reminder that we're going to have that fireside chat between Mrs. Bola Adeshola, the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the LSETF, and joining her will be Aiboje Aigi-Mokwede, CEO and the chairman of the Aigi-Mokwede Foundation. They'll be discussing sustainable job creation, the nexus between public and private financial institutions. That will be coming up a little later on. Thank you again to our panelists for the engaging conversation. So we're going to change things up a little bit now. What we're going to do is that we're going to go right into the breakout sessions that have been scheduled on the program. So one will be holding here and another in the breakout room just outside this hall. The one holding here will be on the future of work, gig economy, opportunities, challenges, and strategies for success. So if that is your interest, please wait right here. But if you're interested in agriculture, technology, and youth, harvesting hidden opportunities in the value chain, I think that should be quite interesting as well. If that is your interest, you can move on to the breakout room right outside this hall. So that is happening right now. So in the next 5 minutes or so, those sessions will begin. So as I mentioned, if your interest is in the agriculture, technology, and youth, harvesting hidden opportunities in the value chain, if that is your interest, then you can make your way now into that breakout room. Thank you very much, and we'll start the next session in about 5 minutes. Anything from you? Okay.
So just to give everybody the information that they might need, if you're interested
in the agriculture, technology, and youth, harvesting hidden opportunities, please go to the breakout room. This session is being moderated by Ms. Omodara Adediran, who is the head communications, stakeholder management and promotions at LSCTF. For the session happening here on stage, the future of work, gig economy, opportunities, challenges, and strategies for success, please allow me to introduce and welcome the moderator for this panel, Mr. Ibrahim Babalola, who is the CEO of Klein. Please put your hands together for Ibrahim as he comes on to the stage to moderate this panel. The speakers are Ms. Ujama Akpata, who is the co-founder of Jand Tugidi Worldwide. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Ujama Akpata, who is the CEO and co-founder of Jand Tugidi Worldwide. Also joining us is Mr. Tope Akinwumi, who is the country manager of Uber Nigeria. Mr. Femi Taiwo, who is the co-founder and CEO of TerraWork, and Ms. Fade Ogunro, who is the CEO of Bookings Africa. So that panel session is happening on stage. Mr. Ibrahim Babalola from Klein, can you wave to us, please? All right, so we'll just wait a while until we get started, but those are our panelists. And then over on the other side, we have... Yes, yeah. Oh, you know what, just maybe just wait for the moderator. Okay. Moderator. All right, so you can just sit down. So let's put our hands together, please, for this breakout session, the future of work, the gig economy, opportunities, challenges, and strategies for success. Our moderator, Mr. Ibrahim Babalola, has just joined us, so I'm going to leave the floor to him. So the title for this session is The Future of Work, Gig Economy, Opportunities, Challenges, and Strategies for Success. Thank you. Let's put our hands together, please, for our panelists for this breakout session. Thank you.
Mic check. Good afternoon, everybody. We were originally penciled to start at 3, so moving us forward by an hour is making us a little bit scattered. I know that my other panelists are around. We'll just wait for, I think, 2 or 3 minutes to get people here. But I have my friends, Femi Taiwo from TerraWorks here. TerraWork, no S. TerraWork, my bad. And Tope from Uber. I can't mispronounce that one.
Nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you again. My name is Ibrahim. I will be moderating this session. I am the CEO of Klein. We'll be speaking about the gig economy, the opportunities, the challenges, and how you can stay relevant in this new age. But I'd like to seek your permission to just delay this session by 2-3 minutes just to get Fade and Ama here. The people that are paying me said that I have to start. So we're just going to start.
The point is that they would join you as soon as they arrive. So we can keep it going.
That's what he's saying now. That wasn't what he whispered to me. So the time has changed from where we were 25 years ago, right? People in my father's generation were happy to work in the same company for 35, 36, 37 odd years, retire without even ever interviewing with another company and get a gold watch at the end of their work life. Welcome, Ama. That's Amam is here from Jantigidi. We have one more and then we'll be perfect. Now, there is a course correction that is happening, and the gig economy is more prevalent. And the first mistake that we'll be making would be for us to think that it's a subsect, rather than the fact that we are all fully in the gig economy now. People are no longer spending 25 years in companies. Matter of fact, people are no longer spending 10 years in companies. Maybe Femi is probably the only person that has spent 10 years, if you ever spent 10 years working for one employer, because I looked you up.
Yes, 14 years.
14 years. Amma, did you spend 10 years with the same employer?
No, I haven't spent up to 10 years.
Good.
I mean, working for myself, yes, but not.
How are you, Tope?
No, definitely not.
Exactly. So this is what I mean by we are all fully like in the gig economy, and nobody's spending 10 years working for the same employer. I think that the average number of years, particularly for like mid-level employees, is between 3 to 5 years. CEOs aren't even spending up to 10 years working for the same company anymore. And the gig economy is generally based on flexible, temporary, or freelance jobs, often involving connecting with clients or customers via a digital platform. Now more than ever, the gig economy is being fueled by technology advancement and economic recessions, both of two things that have been prevalent over the last decade in Nigeria. So when you think about, let's use Netflix for an example. Back in the days, we used to have video clubs. You know, maybe the Gen Zs in the audience wouldn't know what video clubs are, and rightfully so. But video clubs are where you would go register and then rent movies in video cassettes to go and watch at home. And Netflix came and then disrupted that space by starting delivery of video cassettes to your house. And that meant that the skills required to stay relevant working for a company like Netflix evolved from what you would need to work at a video club. And it further evolved into you can just stream your movies from your house. It meant that the people that were involved in the delivery of the cassettes to your house would have to evolve as well to be relevant in a new situation where you're streaming from home. Now, economic recessions are also, fueling the gig economy as workers get displaced from formal work. We've gone through 2 cycles of economic recession, though we're on a rebound now as a country, but our unemployment rate is currently at 35%, according to August on Co. I guess this is a good way to segue to my panelists, right? I'd like to invite Femi, so I'll start with Femi and walk my way down to Tope, to speak a bit about your company, and how your company is essentially enabling giggers and the gig economy.
Thank you, Ibrahim. First, we started TerraWork because we are asking some questions as per on 2 sides. First is after learning, either you go to school or you attend various vocational studies where you pick up some digital skills, some business skills, and all of those. What's next? How do you find a job? And then on the other side, we look at the fact that SMEs are employers of labor. That's a known fact everywhere. Not just in Nigeria, but everywhere in the world. And then from data we've seen today, 80% or more of employment is happening among SMEs employing people. And learning the reality of the fact that with over 4 million businesses that are registered in Nigeria, only less than 80,000 of them are actively working. I mean, not just a one-man business that has a CSC document in a portfolio he carries about everywhere. I mean, those who are doing things that make an impact on the economy. It turns out that most businesses fail because they don't have access to hire the needed, either they don't have budgets or they are not within their geographical location to hire the needed talent or workforce that they need to grow their business. And we often make this mistake thinking that businesses die because they don't have access to fund. But some who also have access to fund realize that talent is key. Some with limited budgets don't have the resources to hire, maybe let's say, experienced software developer and keep on a payroll for the next 2 years. Or you hire accountants that is experienced enough to run your business and pay wages of like 200,000 naira, 400,000 naira a month for the next 3 years. So do their business die because of that? Then there should be a means for them to hire on demand. I mean, call it like pay as you go hiring solution. I did accountant for 3 days in a month. I can't afford to pay more than that. And then I work my way in such a way that when the accountant, when I hire him for that 3 days in a month, I can maximize what he will do for me and to grow my business. And that is one area we are solving a problem of unemployment. By making and enabling more businesses to stay alive and not die, and then in turn employ people in a gig economy. That's one thing we're trying to do at TerraWork. It turns out that as businesses stay alive, I mean SMEs, as they stay alive to employ more people, in a way, we are solving unemployment problem because they will keep hiring people. And that is what we do at TerraWork. We create an online freelance marketplace where businesses will help them to thrive by connecting them to hiring on demand, flexibly, I mean, on pay-as-you-go basis. It turns out again, as we are solving that problem, invariably, we see that we're able to absorb those who must have acquired a formal education or have learned 1 or 2 skills, thanks to likes of LS, ETF, and many training institutes that we have today, to find a place where they can practice, where they can offer the skill they've learned, earn decent income, and live good life. And it turns out again that in the likes of US, more than 70% of SMEs there hire freelancers. Maybe the reason the more of them stay alive, in business, and something we feel like businesses too can embrace to hire flexibly. It saves them cost.
I mean, you make a good point about remote work, and we're going to come to that. But I don't want us to miss out some of the things that we'll get the other panelists to discuss. I'd like to welcome Fade to joining us on the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Fade is founder and CEO at Bookings Africa. So I'll just pass on the same question to Tope, and then we'll walk away back.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure Uber needs introduction now. We all know Uber, and we've used Uber service, I'm sure, one way or the other. At Uber, what we try to do is to imagine how people move around and how people get things. So we've tried to flex our business model, and we're constantly reimagining how to bring that value proposition to people. In terms of gig economy, I would want to say that that model has been with us for a while, right? I remember growing up, wanting to move from, say, my house to school. You'd have to walk all the way down to the bus stop and then wait for a quote Sole car. I'm sure you probably know this. The vehicle would wait in front of you and say, hey, where are you going? And then you start pricing. What this means is the entire process was very inefficient. You had to walk to the bus stop, you have to waste time haggling. And what Uber has done is to optimize the entire process. So instead of having a two-way transaction, now you have a tech company, Uber, optimizing everything. Now at the speed of seconds, you get matched to someone that wants to transport you from one point to the other. Right, so whether it's moving from one point to the other, or with UberX or UberGo, or getting things and moving things from one point to the other with Uber Connect, or different low-cost products across Nigeria, we're always trying to constantly reimagine how people work. And in that process, giving more economic opportunities to drivers. In Lagos alone, and I'm sure this number seems small, we have over 20,000 weekly active drivers. If you cascade that on a monthly basis, you understand the economic opportunities we provide to drivers. So yeah, basically that's how Uber works, but we're always trying to improve the economy and always internally trying to disrupt ourselves to ensure that we give more people more economic opportunities in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Topo. But we were just discussing about how your platforms are enabling gigas and the gig economy. But just ask Amma that question and then come right to you.
Okay. Okay, so my name is Amma Akpata. I'm a co-founder at Janskidi. What we do is imports. We bring in anything from the UK, US, Canada, export from here to any country in the world, local and nationwide deliveries. For us, we've been running for the past 8 years now, and one of the major challenges we've faced is having drivers, reliable drivers that's for local deliveries, that are readily available to transport items. And as we all know, most times when we're dealing with riders, it can become a bit messy and complicated. So one of the new schemes that we've adopted is to kind of, on our platform, have drivers that can come on board and do deliveries for customers. So drivers that have been vetted, riders that have been vetted. Also for imports as well, we also have different smaller businesses that are able to provide the service for our customers that can leverage on what we currently have, and the customers that are available to them. I think the gig economy, with regards to logistics, it's really made an impact, because if you think about it, on a daily basis, riders constantly disappoint. But we can't, not only riders, but you have issues with different airlines. So we've had to position ourselves in such a way that we don't disappoint customers in terms of service delivery. There are always alternative options that are provided by these gigas that are available, that are offering the service on a smaller scale and can leverage on our platform to provide delivery services to their customers. Even in-house now, with regards to developing our platform, our web platform, we have tech enablers. So we have developers that are temporarily on the platform, so they're not full-time, but we have engaged them to help us with developing the platform, maintaining it, that come and go, so they are not constantly running on our payroll. So it's interesting to see how much the gig economy has actually impacted our own logistics industry.
Thank you very much. As we see gig economy impacting on the local economy, there are new jobs being invented. One time I was in New York and I ordered food on Uber Eats, and I saw Aisha's walking to you. And I thought it was an error. But when she did bring the food, she literally walked. She just walked to the restaurant, picked up the food and walked. And I guess that made sense in Manhattan. Maybe it will make sense in Lagos as well when you think about the traffic situation. I have a question around that, but I want Faye to speak about our company and how Bookings Africa is enabling gigas as well.
Awesome. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to LSCTF for inviting me here. Bookings Africa, in a nutshell, is the future of work. I do believe that the future of work is digital, so we are an online marketplace It's a two-sided marketplace where service providers, your gig workers, your freelancers, talent, whatever you want to call them, they sign up to the platform for free, and clients, whether you're a business or you're an individual, you can book and pay for them. So it's an Uber for talent. And the sort of professions that we offer are from accountants, actors, makeup artists, the videographer who's filming us, the photographer who's taking our picture, the ushers who are serving us. Most of these guys right here, they don't have full-time formal employment. They're normally employed per job. So they can sign up to the platform for free, and LSETF could have booked them for this particular one day. So next time you need a makeup artist, I see beautiful ladies here, you can go online, you can see their prices, you can see their portfolio, so there's no haggling. You see the dates and the times that they're available, so you can book and pay for them at your convenience and make an informed decision, like you would book a hotel, but now you're booking an African worker. That's Bookings Africa in a nutshell. We have over 85,000 registered talent on the platform in Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya as well. So we want to expand to at least 20 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and I do believe that if you look at the informal and the gig economy as it is right now, a majority of work that is created, not just in Nigeria, but across sub-Saharan Africa, they are actually gig workers. So we need a platform where you can monetize and digitize their skills instantly, and also give them access to clients globally and locally, and of course have a payment have the payment done in the platform in a way that's secure and transparent. So that's Bookings Africa in a nutshell. Download the app.
That's Fade selling.
Always selling.
That's Fade selling. You know what's interesting? So I've been speaking to my friends at Temple about how I wanted to, act in the next film, and they clearly have been telling me that I was a talentless actor without talent. So maybe I'll join Bookings, and there might be someone looking for an actor without talent.
Well, we call them extras.
I don't want to be extra.
You want a leading role?
I want to be a lead in like a romantic
James
love.
Bond. All right.
So hopefully there'll be someone that take a chance on an actor without talents. As we look at the global economy and say like the world is full on in a global village. You can sit in Mokola, Ibadan and work for a company in San Francisco. You're not restricted by your surrounding, you're not restricted by your proximity, and it's the same thing on the other side, where as an employer, you can employ a software developer sitting in Adamawa State, right? I know a young lady, there is a virtual assistant for somebody in California. She earns about $2,500 a month, which is low when you think about it, but that's over $1 million naira. Her last job was a front desk officer where she was earning 60,000 naira. So she has essentially marked up her earnings from 60,000 naira a month to about 1.2 million naira a month just by being available. No extra skills. Do you know what I mean? Now, as you think about that, and then you think about that vis-a-vis or unemployment rates at 35%, wherein you're not restricted by the jobs that are available in your locality. My question would then be, how does one become relevant in a gig economy? Like, how do you reinvent yourself? And please feel free to use your platforms as an example as well. We're going to start with Fadi, and then we'll go to Tope and then work backwards.
Okay. To be relevant in the gig economy, I think there's a few things that is mandatory. It's glaringly obvious you must have some type of smart device, at least, to take part in the digital economy, because all our platforms are online. Access to data and digital training, digital literacy training. Other than that, there's so many platforms where you can upskill yourself. So whether it's a Udemy, Coursera, some are free, some are paid. but you can then look at what are the most popular jobs. So you spoke about a virtual assistant. We actually had a 1-week training course in Bookings Africa. We did a 1-week training course because we found that a lot of clients were asking us for virtual assistants, and we didn't actually offer that profession, but we did a manual search, a call to action, asked people to apply if they were interested, and then the shortlisted candidates, we trained them for a week, and now they're all employed. So in the last month, we've employed, or we've provided about 12 virtual assistants to clients from Trinidad and Tobago to USA to Canada to the UK. But we realized that because they had never done a virtual assistant job before, it's not like they didn't have the skill set, but we just needed to make sure that they knew how to, they were just up to date and they could compare, they were comparable in their skill sets with their foreign counterparts. So I think the first thing would be access to the devices, access to data, and the training that goes along with it. And most of this time, the training are usually quite short. So those are the first things that I'll do to onboard yourself into the digital.
That's helpful. So the first thing is to essentially onboard yourself, get into being available, quote unquote, in the gig economy, and that would be a good first step. Tobo, what are your thoughts?
Gratefully with Fade. But I think there are two sides to this, yourself and then the platform, right? If you upskill and then there isn't that platform to show yourself, then there's a problem, right? And then I also want to talk about the fact that there's also some sort of location-based gig working. For example, now you can be a virtual assistant, but you can't work on Uber and drive in San Francisco, right? You have to drive in Lagos. So what is Uber doing to ensure that more people, because access to capital in Nigeria is a big thing, right? Of course, like there's the platform, you can work in, you can deliver on Uber, you can drive on Uber, but do you have access to capital to get like a vehicle, for example? So one thing we did was to partner with Move Africa. I'm sure you've heard of them. Uber's preferred fleet partner in sub-Saharan Africa, where they're democratizing vehicle ownership in Nigeria and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So what they do is go out there, get the funding, get the vehicles, and then train drivers. They have something for UberGo. UberGo is our low-cost product in Lagos, where they go to the outskirts of Lagos, pick people that are interested in gig work, train them on how to drive manual cars, give them phones, right, pay for their data, and then put them in vehicles, right? So I think that is one part there. Number one, giving them the opportunity, because there's a lot of people that want to work but do not have the opportunity. Then also giving them the platform to showcase themselves, right? And that's something we've tried to do in Uber, right? Uber came into Lagos with UberX, Uber Black, and then came to UberX. Well, we're constantly, like I said earlier, we're constantly reimagining how people go and get, right? So over the last 3 months, we've launched a bike product in Ibadan, for example, where if you've been to Ibadan, you know that the primary way people transport themselves is using bikes. So we invent ourselves and give them the opportunity to earn on that platform. We also have Uber Connect in Lagos for people or logistics companies to do deliveries. So if you have all of this, you have the platform, you have access to capital. The only thing left is for you to make the first move, like Fade says, and then like upskill yourself if like as a virtual assistant, as a web developer, as a technology assistant, whatever it is, upskill yourselves and make sure you're relevant for the gig economy.
Thank you, Tokwebo. So one of the things that I said at the beginning was that the gig economy was forged by economic recessions as well, and companies have to evolve with the times. So when you look at, so if you listen to some of the things that Tokwebo has mentioned, you could see the sachetization of Uber. So from Uber Black, came in with Uber Black, so there's the Uber Exec to Uber X, and now they're in Okada. And you can see that the movement is in tangent with like the movement of the economy as well, you know. And I guess as we go fully on with the rebound, we'll start to also see the reemergence of products like the Uber Black or Uber X, as we come about that. Ahmad, you want to?
I think, I agree with what has been said by Fadi and Topper, but in addition, I think as a business as well, you have to keep reinventing yourself. So for example, I'll take our business for example. Now we've always been told that in logistics, companies don't want to be asset heavy. So most times it doesn't make sense to open up hubs in various states and various countries. So what might make sense is actually have people in those locations that are available. They already have a space available that can receive items on your behalf. So they're giggers as well. They're receiving items, logging it into your platform and getting them to your airline to get it delivered. So that's one way of thinking about it, just reinventing yourself, constantly thinking of how you can do better, take advantage of the situation at hand and progress, really. That's just what I wanted to add.
Have any other response to the same question? Can you take the same question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay, for us at TerraWork, we realize the fact that we open our platform to everybody to come in and hire the talent, they prefer to work with, and it could be competitive. So it's important before anybody could be made available on our platform to go through some vetting process at the time they sign up. So you don't just sign up and show up on our platform, but we do some form of kind of test to see if you have the requested skill set. Beyond that, you're looking at coming up with an impressive profile, writing about yourself, call it brag about what you can do to kind of attract clients to want to consider you. Also, we realize some cases, like you said, somebody who has been working as a graphic designer or let's say software developer for like 5-6 years, then he lost his job, he come on a platform. Such a person is not a beginner. He has some load of experience to offer, and then what happened to the guys who have not gotten anything? We have programs like Promo Store on our platform, which we design for new entrants into our platform, where they could offer their skill at a highly discounted rate, so that they can use that to attract at least their first 2, 3, 4, 5 clients before you think of something much bigger that you want to do. Because on freelance platform, your ratings and reviews are currencies that help you to get the next job. And we want to help you to build that first by taking job that, let's say, I designed logo for someone for 10,000 naira, but I'm offering that 5,000 naira, for example. I'm doing virtual assistant job for, let's say, 100,000 naira, but I'm doing it at 40,000 naira for the next 2 or 3 times. Then I build reviews, and from there, I could attract much more bigger gigs.
Thank you very much. Do you know an agency that is actually a super enabler of the gig economy? It's the LSETF.
Yes.
So the LSETF has a workspace voucher program that started in 2018, I think. Interestingly, we've also been beneficiaries of the program in the past. I think I want us to give a round of applause to the LSETF for enabling the gig economy.
Can I just even go further and talk about the partnership that Bookings Africa has with LSETF, which I think is really amazing. In 2019, Bookings Africa identified 4 main problems that prohibit the informal workers from participating in the African digital economy. Excuse me. So the first is access to smartphones, second is access to data, third is access to digital literacy, and fourth is access to finance. So we developed a pilot program in conjunction with LSETF where there's I should have brought it with me, there's a smart Android phone. It's also a POS machine. We've distributed the smart Android phone, the smart POS, to 500 informal workers. Now, these informal workers, they've never had digital literacy training, they've never had a smartphone before. So we thought, if we take away these 4 barriers, how will that impact their quality of life as well as their earning capacity? And we literally just started this program about 2 weeks ago. So we gave them a smartphone in conjunction, a smart POS, in conjunction with MTN. They get free data to use these phones. We also have a digital literacy training program that we created in conjunction, once again, with LSETF, and it's verified by GSMA. And then this smart POS also makes each beneficiary an agency banker. So they can actually collect payments and they can do agency banking transactions on this smart device. So we hypothesize that just by giving these phones or these devices to the beneficiaries, we should be able to impact their income by about 2x within 3 months. And that is courtesy of LSETF's partnership with Brookings Africa. So
we're going to give another round of applause to the LSETF for enabling startups like Brookings Africa to do what they set out to do. That is quite impressive. Now, as we think about what the government can do, so we're seeing the government doing a lot through agencies like the LSETF. We're seeing countries looking at national programs that it can do to invite talent into the countries, even if they're not working for companies that are domiciled in the countries, but they would still be able to generate revenue via the tax that are paid on the salaries they earn or the income that they earn whilst they are working from their country. So you see countries now starting digital nomad programs where you can essentially work for a year and get a visa easily, so you're not on a tourist visa, but you're also not on a work permit of some sort. It's just a visa that allows you to temporarily work in the countries. I think there are over 60 countries that are offering that now. Do you guys see an opportunity for Nigeria as we think about diversifying our economy from being super oil dependent in programs like a digital nomad program that would enable talent to come into Nigeria, to work from Nigeria, maybe work from Ilashe, for example, for 2 or 3 months and be able to earn from Nigeria? Do you think there's an opportunity for the government? Is there something that we should start looking at? And do you have any other suggestions for the government in enabling the gig economy from either a funding or structural perspective? I'll start with Ama and come to Fadi and Tope, and then with Femi. I think we have about 10 minutes to go, and then we'll do question and answers from the audience.
Yeah, I think there is an opportunity for people to come in on what they call, I think, nomad visas. It will be a good impact on the economy because you would have a lot of people that are working, because here the cost of living in Nigeria is significantly lower than in countries such as the UK and the US. It might make economic sense for them to come to the country to earn an income and work as giggers. I think in addition, the government can also help in terms of training, offering more skills and to people in the sector and unemployed people in the sector, in terms of people that want to sign up for the gig economy, people that want to work as developers and things. They can start up trainings and skills that they can use to impact these potential employees. I think in addition, they can also provide schemes in terms of devices. One of the things that people don't have in Nigeria is, first of all, electricity to even work. So a lot of people that want to take part in the gig economy don't even have the electricity, such as developers. So if they can provide things like electricity or have a hub where people can come in and work for a couple of hours at a minimal fee, that would greatly impact the economy. Provide devices to people that have the potential. Maybe there can be some kind of program they sign up for, and from then on get like a scheme. I know that Uber does a loan scheme for cars, but there can be a loan scheme for maybe devices. Provide data or an area that they can have access to data. Those are a few things that the government can do to enable people in the gig economy in Nigeria.
Those are very interesting suggestions, and I think that the government has, at least the Lagos State government has already started some of that by partnering with companies like Bookings through the LSETF and partnering with workstations and co-working spaces to also enable people to be able to go to a hub to work, for example, whilst they figure out the electricity and maybe the petrol situation.
Sorry, I was going to add as well that I think publicity might also be good too. So now Fadi has told us about the scheme that she has with LSETF, but sometimes it's not, the information is not out there for people to know that there are these opportunities. There are a lot of people that want to take part, but they don't know the opportunities are out there. So maybe a bit more marketing and publicity will help as well.
That's great. We'll go to Topper for the same.
Okay. So I think I agree with Amma. I know the Lagos State government has done a lot in terms of partnering with private, public organizations also to ensure that the gig work becomes attractive. But I think there's always room for more, room for growth. Like I said earlier, access to capital, very important. Access to data, and then just the basic necessities of life, right? I think there's more that can be done there. And I also fully agree on publicity. There's a lot of that the government is doing just to ensure that things get better for the average Nigerian. But I think that we should push that in the media more so that people that qualify can take advantage of that, of the opportunities that the government is bringing forward.
I completely agree with you. I think that there's certainly room to improve in terms of publicity because it would do us more good if people know that this exists, rather than just, sit on them. Fadi, do you want to?
Okay, so digital nomads. I think it's important for us to clarify the types of digital work there is. There's physical gig work and there's virtual gig work. So Uber is obviously a physical gig work. So if a digital nomad is coming into the country, it's more likely to partake in physical gig work. Because if it's virtual, then they can be anywhere. We've got to now think about, I would prefer the conversation of exporting our workforce for virtual gig work. So we can start earning a lot more in FX. Because if you're thinking of bringing somebody from abroad to come into Nigeria for a physical gig work, then they'll be facing all the problems that we've just mentioned alongside earning in Naira. The FX is quite volatile. So for me, the digital nomad conversation, I think we should start by focusing on how can we have a large workforce. So how can we actually then focus on exporting their talent virtually? And that's the conversation that I think we need to focus on first before bringing more people into the country, because I think a lot of the work that people want to hire can be delivered through virtual gig work. Then in terms of the digital nomad as well, especially when we're looking across Africa, I think we meant in a conversation we had yesterday, digital tax. My company is also operating in Kenya, and Kenyans have a digital tax because they really want to export Kenya as the workforce hub for Africa or for the world. And anytime you book anyone in Kenya, there's a flat rate digital tax, which is like 1.5 or 2%, as opposed to the regular 16% tax that there is. So if there is also a reduced digital tax for digital services that are rendered, I think that will also be a lot more attractive as well.
Thank you very much. Femi?
Yeah, I think I agree completely with Fadi in the sense that if you separate it truly, virtual digital service provider and those who require physical access. For virtual, the idea is for you to stay wherever you are and work. Once you have internet and then there's a laptop or PC to work with. But, and the fact that Africa is becoming the home for talent to serve the world. So it should be the other way around, that we're exporting them out of the country to earn this currency, add currency, and then live a decent and good life. So where government could come in, it's what every other person has spoken about. Incentive, things for maybe loan or even grant for them to get digital devices that they need. Internet subscription, something that could pay for them, space to work. There are a lot of students who want to freelance, and then they have some limited resources that hinder them from making good progress. And I heard of someone who was trying to do something like that in different cities. I don't know how far he has gone, where you could rent a space to work for 2 hours and pay. When you get to the space, you don't think of electricity, don't think of internet access. And then that is what we need to engage more youth to participate in this economy. And then government should do a lot in that space to encourage more young guys, especially those who are entranced into it, to gain those resources to be able to participate fully and grow. That's my one.
Thank you very much. I see that a lot of suggestions are also suggestions that your platform enables. As an employer, some of those suggestions are not things that I would really support, particularly when you talk about exporting talent. I wrote a long message to my board last week explaining how there was a difficulty to retain talent and compete with international companies that are actively trying to headhunt my staff. Maybe through platforms like TerraWork and Booking, of course. But how do you compete with, for example, and that's why some of us look at it from a need to inbound talent, particularly tech companies. So I run a payments company, for example. If you pay a software developer, 24, 25, 26-year-old, 20 million naira a year, for example, as an employer, you think that you've done well, right? You think, oh, this person is earning well. Then a company in the UK interviews the person and gives them an offer for £90,000, right? How do you compare? Do you know what I mean? And as you think about it and say, maybe we need to export more talent and maybe generate foreign income, then you start to disenfranchise local businesses that would have also needed those talents. Because the talent, the talent circle, or the circle of actually super qualified and talented people, is quite small. And we're all competing, like fishing in the same little pond. As we then have like platforms that are enabling people that are skilled to, be available and accessible to international companies, it also puts companies like us that are operating locally in a difficult situation. And I guess maybe it's a chicken and egg situation, right? Not one size fits all. But I promise you, like, this is a prevalent issue. I spoke to the CEO of a bank about an hour ago, and they also have the same issue. So you earn in naira, you have to pay in naira, for example, and you certainly can't compete with companies that earn in dollars and are paying in dollars. I think everybody wants to react to this, and then we'll take questions if there are any questions from the crowd.
I think that the first point that you made is we're all trying to fight from this small pond. How do we address that problem and make it into a sea? Because if we then have a sea of talent, you're not going to be fighting over a pool of talent. So I think the problem is getting the resource, expanding, so whether it's through education, whether it's through training, whether it's through incubators, whatever it is, actually having a lot more talent workforce that are top tier to choose from. Once we address that problem, then I think it will be a knock-on effect, and we'll then be able to have more people to choose from. They'll be able to compete with price in terms of pricing. It's just like India. That's what India did. If you go to the UK and a lot of countries, when it comes to call centers and a lot of sort of companies, telesales companies, they are based in India. They were cheaper. So if we're offering cheaper talent, yes, we can then retain them if we have a lot more to choose from. So even though some have been poached and to companies abroad, there'll still be enough for us to utilize at home.
Thank you very much for the Femi, Amma, and Tope. I think we'll be able to take some questions from the audience if there are any questions.
Questions from the audience, please put your hands up so I can come to you. We have a question.
There's someone behind you.
Behind me, sorry about that.
And if there are no questions, we'll just pick people randomly and ask them questions.
Please kindly introduce yourself and direct your question to someone on the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David from Jobberman. It's quite interesting, and I would like to commend the efforts of LSCTF on this. My question is this. I have two questions. So the first is, how do we sensitize the policymakers and, for example, schools, government, and also employers about the growth of this new gig economy? Because I find out that, a lot has been said here today, but in terms of the workforce and people who are currently looking out for jobs, they really don't know much about this economy, and I feel like this is the future. How can we change that? And the second is, And then the second is, how do we shift the mindsets of employers to basically leverage these platforms to basically get the talent that they need? Thank you. So I think anyone can answer the question.
Thank you very much. So that's a roll a dice type question. Who wants to go? Uber?
So in terms of policymakers and how to sensitize them, so in Nigeria, right now, like you said, there's that big gap between what is obtainable on ground and what like our legal system is, right? Like the legal act today, the Employment Act, right, doesn't support contract workers. What that means is you don't have additional benefits for workers, right? So you work, but then you don't have protection, you don't pay taxes, and then probably don't do a lot of pension, right? Internally in Uber, what we're trying to do is help bridge that gap. So for all workers on the Uber platform, there's that injury protection for you, there's the insurance there for you, but then we are actively working with the government, and Lagos State has been very progressive in regards to this. We have an e-hailing regulation that was developed in 2019, the first in West Africa, I might say, and we're also exporting this to other cities in Nigeria and also West Africa, right? So I think it's slow, but it's gradually picking up. The government is starting to understand, policymakers are starting to understand the importance of gig work in Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I wanted to add.
Yes, please.
Okay. I was going to say, in addition, I think that data is very important. So if we had enough data, if there was someone that was collecting the data and saying this is what the gig economy is bringing into our economy, then the government will be encouraged to do more. The policymakers will know this is how much we're generating from this, because it's a sector that is, I mean, there's not that much information, there's not that much data. So maybe we need to start collecting data from this people working in the gig economy and find out how much it's actually bringing in to be able to encourage policymakers and other government officials in general of the importance of this market and the future of it.
That's an excellent point.
Okay, so adding to what Okpe and Amma said, fantastic. Let me try to answer the second question as per how will companies begin to, if we check, before COVID pandemic, it's a taboo in many companies in Africa and Nigeria that you work from home. But, when pandemic came, we are all forced to look in that direction, and today, people are more productive working from home because at least they cut off from traffic to drive 2 hours to work and 2 hours back home, thanks to traffic in Lagos. So, reality is, many companies today are beginning to see this challenge of losing workforce, and somehow they will have to, find a way to hire somebody to fill this role and do the work. And I think it's a gradual thing, and I can see that gradually a lot of companies are beginning to come into that space of considering gig workers. It all starts from like at Terra Work. What we do is try to speak to some companies that you have a project. What are the workforces that you need, for the project? Come and find them here. Tie them to the project. It could be the next 6 months or 12 months or 18 months that the project will run. Then get the resources that you need from, graphic designers to writers to maybe software developers and all sort of people like that. And we are beginning to see that happening. I think with more awareness, from everybody and all stakeholders, things will begin to, pick up, and of course, data that I'm going to talk about.
Thank you very much, Femi. Fade, can you take the second question as well?
I actually wanted to go to the first question, continuing from what Tokwe and Amma both mentioned. When it comes to policies, I've been speaking to the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Trade. What I've noticed and what Bookings Africa has noticed is tax. Informal workers, gig workers, the reason that there's not a lot of data, a lot of attention on them, but at the end of the day, is they're not paying taxes. So if the platforms that we've created can find a way to help resolve that, so that in the payment process, the government too will also receive in their tax from the earnings of the gig workers, then I think that policymakers will be more invested, because the data actually is there, as well as part of this partnership that the pilot program that I'm doing with LSETF is to collect data on how the informal economy can be moved to the digital economy through gig work. And we're going to have all that data and publish a white paper in about 3 to 4 months. But outside of the data, which is very important, it's actually looking out for the interest of the stakeholders, of the policymakers, which at the end of the day is money.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who wants to take the second question on how can companies pay more attention to the gig economy and leverage it to shore up their workforce? Nobody? Okay, cool.
We also have another question here, Ibrahim, if you want us to take it.
Yes, sure, we can.
All right.
Good afternoon. I think we have enough time for 1 or 2 more questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
I'm Jeffrey Ewodagi by name, representing Jeff Wise Digital World Limited. My question goes to Madam Fede, the CEO of Booking Africans. I want you to give us a little light on this. My question is, how can the gig economy job opportunities, how can it be incorporated into the Nigeria and Africa educational system, whereby the young youth or the young ones in the high school can be equipped from the secondary schools to the tertiary institutions, be prepared for digital skill, so that we can be able to create digital infrastructure for Nigeria, by Africa, and for Africa, so that we can develop ourselves in that way. Please throw more light on that.
Thank you very much. For maybe 1 minute or less.
Okay, so very quickly, I think that there's going to need to be a reimagining of the curriculum, and a lot of the curriculums actually has to take place online, so that way the tertiary students are already used to functioning and having a digital lifestyle. And then from there, with time, I believe that the digital work will become a lot more popular just with time. I don't think you necessarily need to have a curriculum on how to utilize the internet to make money. People are selling on Facebook, on Instagram. There's a lot of social selling already happening. But it's just a case of, do people actually have access to these devices? Do they have access to data? And I think if the general curriculum allows for a lot more online learning and access to these devices, I think there will be a natural progression to online earning.
Thank you very much for that. I want to add as well. So we'll take one question. We also need to speaking of the curriculum, there's some part of reimagining that needs to happen, as Fadi has said. So we have schools like the technical colleges that we have in Lagos State. There's a lot of focus in sort of handyman jobs. So how do you learn to be a carpenter? How do you learn to be a plumber? As we evolve into the gig economy that I say we are fully entrenched in, we also need to start to rethink about the type of skill set that we're teaching people. So imagine being able to go, so if you're unable to go into university, but you're going into a technical college, but you can learn UI UX design, for example, or you can learn how to code. You don't need, I dare say you don't need university education to know how to code, right? You can learn how to be a content writer. You can learn how to be a project manager. You can learn how to be a product manager, for example. There's so many things that you can learn, and maybe that's also like a reimagining that needs to start happening, even in the curriculum of institutions like the technical colleges. Lily, I think we can take one final question. Lily.
Good afternoon. My name is Dino Coelho. I work with the International Labour Organization. I agree there's a lot of opportunities presented by platform work, both for individuals and businesses. But there's also a number of challenges, right? I think we also have to acknowledge that. One, of course, was mentioned already, protection, irregularity of income and work, algorithmic biases and so on. But to the opportunities again, I think it is interesting that it was mentioned that there is an opportunity to use the digital economies in order to formalize informal workers and enterprises. So would be interested to know if that project also works to formalize the workers that you are actually working with, and if yes, how you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was that question
Was that question for Fade?
Was that for Fade?
It was okay.
It's for everyone.
It's a really nice question again.
Yeah.
So the dream is to formalize the informal economy, but there are a few barriers to that. So it's right now the users of our platform, they're already a bit more formalized and they're already participating in the African digital economy. Unfortunately, majority of the blue-collar, informal workers, there's a lot of barriers that they have before they can actively participate in the digital economy, which I've mentioned, from smartphone data, the digital literacy training. So once we kind of overcome this, then yes, the platform can then help formalize them in a variety of ways, help them pay their taxes, as well as have a lot of other options to HMOs and pensions and insurance. So these are things that we're looking to do later on in the pipeline of our product rollout, but it's not something that it can be easily done right now just because there's so many other barriers that are outside of the limitations of the business.
Thank you very much, Fadi. I think we can also look at the model that Uber is implementing, particularly around protecting workers, life insurance, HMO, as well as some of the other things that the guys at Uber are doing, and maybe that's a model as they can recommend to the government as they continue to engage the government. So I don't know if you want to speak to that in about 30 seconds.
So, like I said earlier, that's something we're proactively doing. So we've just set up the platform in a way to aid farmer work. You have a place to impute your tax ID, so it's easy to pay your taxes. You know that for each trip that you take on the platform, it's fully insured. You have some sort of additional benefit and bonuses on the platform. So we're trying to formalize it, and we're also working fully with the government to ensure that we work hand in hand to do that, right? Like I said earlier, the e-hailing regulation helps to pay some sort of taxes on all trips that happen in Lagos State, and is also a model that we want to take to other states in Nigeria.
This has been a very, very interesting conversation, and I think that there's a lot of things that we can take away as individuals. Think like a giga and you thrive in the gig economy. As businesses, there's been a lot of recommendations on how to thrive as an employer and as an operator in this economy. There's also been a lot of suggestions for the government in terms of creating an enabling environment for the gig economy to thrive, as well as policies as well to attract inbound and create new revenue sources for the government. I think our time is up. Okay. So I would like to thank my panelists for an excellent conversation. Can you please give a round of applause for my panelists? And thank you to the LSETF as well. Thank you very much, guys.
Let's put our hands together, please, for this wonderful panel. Thank you, Ibrahim, our moderator, for doing such a great job. If we can ask all the panelists to please get together so we can take a picture, please. Thank you very much. So if everybody could please face the photographer, that would be great. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for our panelists once again. Mr. Ibrahim Babalola, our moderator, Ms. Ujama Akpata, Mr. Tope Akinwumi, Mr. Femi Taiwo, and Ms. Fade Ogunro. Thank you very much for that wonderful breakout session on the future of work and the gig economy, opportunities, challenges, and strategies for success. So let's clap once again as our panelists go off the stage. And I'm happy to announce to everyone that is in the room that it is now lunchtime and lunch is served. So if you could please make... Okay, perfect. So the lunch will be brought to you, so you don't have to go anywhere. So we have 45 minutes for the lunch session. Thank you all very much. So we all need to be back by 3:45 p.m. For the fireside chat that I know that we're all very excited about. So please make sure to be back here by 3:45 p.m. Thank you. Just for clarification purposes, the food will be brought to you, and the next panel session will start at 3:45. So please ensure that you're seated on your seats at 3:45. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are enjoying your lunch, and if it hasn't come to you yet, it will. But I just wanted to mention that our special guest, Mr. Agboji Agimokwede, is in the building, and we should get started with that fireside chat in about 5 minutes. So you don't want to miss it. Let's get ready for that, and we look forward to engaging Mr. Agboji Agimokwede.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you've had a very exciting and insightful day. As you know, we've been here for the past 2 days talking about sustainable job creation strategies. We've had very insightful panels, both today and yesterday, as well as some very exciting breakout chats. So I also hope that you all enjoyed your little meals, your food, and that you're excited for what's coming up next. So I'm very excited about the next session or section of this event because it's a fireside chat that is really looking at sustainable job creation, the nexus between public and private financial institutions. We always talk about how PPP partnerships are extremely important, how the public sector and the private sector needs to come together to solve the most pressing issues that there are in our worlds. So this is why I think this conversation is going to be extremely important, and I hope that you're all excited for it. So without any further ado, please allow me to introduce Bola Adeshola, who is the Chairman, Board of Trustees at LSETF. She will be moderating this very exciting conversation. So yes, keep the applause coming. Thank you very much. This is what we like to see. This is what we like to see. This is the encouragement that we like to see. So Mrs. Bola Adeshola, Chairman, Board of Trustees at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Yeah, of course.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Please sit down. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I'm sure it's LSETF crowd, eh? My people. Thank you. Before we go into the nitty-gritty of the next session, let me just say thank you. Thank you to all of you who've been here for 2 days. If LSETF wasn't serving value, content, insights, experience, you wouldn't all be here at what typically is the graveyard slot for any conference, which is the last session. although I know it's not just LSCTF, I think many of you have also whispered that you waited to be here to experience the fireside chat that I will be having with a very distinguished Nigerian. And as I told Teju, I wouldn't like to have a session without there being Q&A. So we tweaked the timing a little bit, and we're privileged that our special guest was able to come a little bit early so that we could actually have a bit more time. I'm going to ask our guests to, as I lose my slides, I'm going to ask my guests to join me up here. But before I do so, let me just say one or two things about him. I have known Mr. Aigboje Aigimokwede probably since 1989. We worked together then at the then Prime Merchant Bank. I was in legal, I was in treasury, and I think we were both kind of cutting our earliest teeth in banking. And Ike has remained my friend, my brother, since then. To describe Aigboje Aigimokwede, I'm not going to read out a profile. I will just highlight one or two things for emphasis, because I know that if you Google him, if you Google his name, you will find it all there. But the things that resonate most with me, and I think with most people, is that Ike is an innovator. If you interact with him, there are no barriers to his thought process. There's no box there for him at all. Ike is a very distinguished and accomplished banker, but I think more importantly is the fact that he's also a philanthropist. And you know, philanthropy is not just throwing money around, it is about impact. And I'll just say one or two other things. I co-founded the Tengen Family Office, which is a multi-billion-dollar portfolio of investment in finance, in insurance, in real estate, and in energy via the Aigimokwede Foundation and the Africa Initiative for Governance, which again, very clever because those are his initials, AIG, so it's easy to remember. Ike left the banking industry after a very, very successful banking transformation of Access Bank, where he became the group CEO of Access. And very many achievements in life. I know that the debate on oil subsidy is still on, but Ike was the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fuel Subsidies, and through his fearless work and speaking truth to power, Nigeria was able to save over $6 billion in savings from subsidies in that particular period. Ike is also chair of the Board of Trustees of the Financial Markets Dealers Association. I serve on that board with him. And it's, it harkens back to our early days in banking, where we initiated market interventions that were about sort of progressing and developing the financial markets in Nigeria. He also was president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and also made the initial moves towards the demutualization of the market that we see and enjoy today. I mean, one of the key initiatives, in my view as well, is the Africa Initiative for Governance and Ike's collaboration with the Blavatnik School of Governance at the Oxford University. He's actually a member of the International Advisory Board there. And the work that is being done, particularly now, in trying to transform the public sector. I know that the AIG Foundation is trying to digitize the Office of the Head of Service, because what you don't measure, you don't get done. And I believe that the Head of Service is working very closely with them to digitize their office. I was honored and awarded the Commander of the Order of the Niger as well for his services to financial services and to our great country. He's an author of a book, Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa. And I had the privilege of also reviewing, an amazing book. I think you all should read it and, understand how the acquisition of Access Bank and the transformation of Access Bank happened from just a very small bank to what it is today. And I know that they haven't stopped yet. So, Mr. Aigboji Aigimokwede. Can I invite you up here, please? And thank you so much for honoring our invitation to be here. Please. Thank you so much, and thank you to the attendees as well. Now, I've spoken about your banking career, the work that you're doing to impact the communities that you do business in, and also the work that you're doing with Nigeria. When I think back to the days of your takeover of Access Bank, I think Access Bank at that time had a customer base about 10,000. And by the time you were leaving, it had a customer base about 6.5 million. Now that is significant. And at that time as well, I think you had an employee base about 120,000 across Africa, if I'm right. About, yes, probably between 100 and 120. So you have hands-on direct experience in creating jobs. I know several of your apostles, let me put it that way, who have followed you from one institution to the other. I'd like to get some insights into what strategies you've adopted along the line to attract talent, to retain the talent, and to motivate them, because you were also trained and by the likes of Mr. Fola Diola, Mr. Taya Aderounmu, and then you left to start, your own entrepreneurship journey. So what specific strategies, one or two that you could throw out there that I think, people would appreciate learning as to how, to create jobs, how you grew the job force?
Thank you very much, Bola, and thank you to Bola, Idris, the entire Employment Trust. Is it a fund or is it just a trust fund? Yes, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, for having me. And then, of course, for those of you who stayed this long to participate in this discussion, thank you for staying. I hope that Bola and I will be able to do justice to the late and ending segment of this summit. Well, look, when people talk about employment, the irony about life is this, that in every state or society that exists, in its constitution, okay, there is a provision that says that every citizen should have a right to pursue employment within the context of that state. And do you know why that provision exists? It simply exists because in the absence of employment is chaos. In the absence of employment is chaos. I mean, if we are not gainfully employed, okay, we have no means of maintaining ourselves. We have no means of contributing meaningfully to the state. We have no means of progressing as a society. So fundamental to development, the very first thing that I guess when, even at the point of creation, we all came together and we formed some type of society, was this notion that we have to get some people working. So if employment is such a fundamental thing, okay, you kind of begin to understand why whenever a state faces unemployment, it's a major, major issue. When I graduated in 1986, okay, the unemployment rate in Nigeria was 5%. Yep, 5%. And why is that important? At the time I graduated, at the time that Bola and I started work, honestly speaking, if you left school as a lawyer, irrespective of your class of degree, you were fairly confident that within 12 months you would have a great job. It was, Now, today, the unemployment rate is 33%. And as I look at the faces in this room, okay, there will be some of you around 22, 23. Between 15 and 24, the unemployment rate today is 54%. And between 24 and I think 35, the unemployment rate is 35%. So the work that Bola is doing, the work Idris, the executive secretary, is very, very important. This summit is as important as a summit on food and poverty. So let's not joke with the issue of employment. So then, why did I start with this fundamental premise that employment is important? For you to employ somebody, it means that there is something that they're either going to produce in terms of a good, okay, or there's a service that they're going to provide which is of value. So the first thing that an employer needs to do is to be able to have an opportunity to people to say, come into this company, into this venture, and let us produce goods or services that are of value to others. Okay? So the first thing that we had to do in Access Bank was come up with a value proposition that made sense, that would allow young men and women join us, and together, we would serve others. If I was to think of an emotional way to describe that proposition, the best way I can think about it is this. I worked in GTB before I went off to buy Access Bank. And GTB had a great track record of producing goods and services. So it was very clear to me that if we were going to attract people to Access Bank, all right, we had to do something beyond what GTB was doing. In those days, right, Fola said, when a customer tells you to jump, don't jump, ask how high, okay, then jump at that height. So what we had to do was we told our people that, see, this is what GTB is doing now. When the customer asks, jump, right, you say how high, and they jump maybe 5 feet. We have to ask how high, and if they say 5 feet, we have to jump 10 feet, okay? So that was our value proposition, going beyond what was available at the time. And you can see consistently, Bola alluded to the fact that Access Bank talks about more, okay? So we came up with this value proposition. I'm going in this detail because you must understand that if you are inviting people to join you as employees or colleagues and so on, and you don't have a value proposition that works, you can't sustain that employment. Okay? Think of whatever it is you want to do, from the something as simple, all right, as opening a barbing salon, okay, to something as complex as building a refinery. If the work attached to that barbing salon, okay, does not add value one way or the other to people, then people are not going to come and cut their hair. Okay, so that is the basis of employment. So what did we do beyond this value proposition of doing more than other banks did? Well, we had to tell people and convince them why a career in Access Bank was a great career to have. And what we did, Bola, was that we literally told, I like to bet on young people. I don't really bet on people my age. It's more people your age. You are the future, you will always be the future, the young. Now, we said, look, if you were, we said we only hire smart people, all right? If you were a good smart person, all right, from entry level to general manager should take you 20, 22 years. If you were an outstanding smart person, from entry level to general manager should take you 13 years. You're shocked. Yeah. Go do your homework and find out whether indeed that which I have spoken about, all right, did not come to pass. Now, I didn't say if you're average. If you're average, okay, all right, there is an assumption there. So again, in terms of when you have this value proposition and you're attracting people, you have to make them a promise. Why is it worth their while to join you versus, anywhere else? And then the final thing is this. So you have the value proposition, you have the promise to people. Then the final thing is you must fulfill it now. I mean, there must be reward for, all the strain and pain associated with work. And so reward is not just financial. We had to come up with what we called our total reward package, financial and non-financial. You get paid well, but also let's try and make work fun. I think it captures our talent proposition, in Access Bank.
Thank you very much, Ike. So the value proposition, and I'm glad that you also made it relatable by saying, look, even if it's a barbing salon or, a tech company and so on, there has to be some value that attracts people. And of course, again, that speaks to the brand. And the brand integrity, because having promised, just as Ike has said, you've also got to deliver. And, going back to, you mentioned so many years ago the unemployment rate. I mean, today, if our Lagos State the unemployment rate in Lagos State is actually higher than the national average, and that's something, that troubles us. And when I think back to growing up in Lagos, there was actually a labor exchange, and that's something we're trying to replicate. We're working with Jobberman and one or two others to try and come up with some sort of labor exchange, such that, in those days, if you wanted to cook, if you went to, it was near in Ikoyi, along Obalende Road, there was a labor exchange. You went there, you asked for what you wanted, the people were there, or they were on a board, and, we're looking at doing that. If I just kind of pivot a little bit away. You've done work for government. You've sat on government committees, you've been part of government think tanks, and so you have insights into the public sector and how the public sector works, especially with what you're doing now. I had the privilege of speaking to a cohort from the Africa Initiative for Governance, who were made up of public sector, selected public sector individuals. How many were there? There were about
49 graduated.
About 49 of them. And it was such a wonderful time spent with public servants who were just as committed and just as competent and experienced as private sector. And I say just as because the perception from the private sector is that, public sector, is usually quite negative connotations. But again, we won't be able to solve the unemployment issue from a national level without public-private sector collaboration. What are your thoughts on some of the strategies and ways in which public and private sector can collaborate? I guess one is the LSCTF platform, because even though it's under Lagos, when people say, are you public or private? We say we are Lagos State. We're not public servants, but we run our shop very much in a fairly efficient and driven way. And I think the average age in the LSCTF is probably late 20s, maybe early 30s. They're a fairly young bunch. But we'd appreciate your insights into that public-private sector collaboration and balance. How do you think it can work better?
Okay, thanks. So I would like us to do some development economics, but we're going to do it in a very simple fashion. Okay? Think about the world, okay, as people baking a cake or a pie. All right? The entire world, 9-point-something billion people baking a pie. Okay? Now, for convenience, okay, states are created and are given recognition by other states. Okay, so Nigeria is one of the nations of the world. Okay, and so whilst all 9 billion plus of us are baking one world cake, okay, in accounting we look at the portion of that cake that is built or created or contributed on a nation by nation basis. Okay. So at any point in time, the world and the economists in the world actually track how much of a cake that is baked by the world. And I can tell you that that cake has been growing bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now, if you are thinking about the measurement, which is GDP, you are talking about well over, I think we are approaching $200 trillion or thereabouts, on an annual basis. Okay? So now, The value of every citizen in the world is a function of two things, all right? How much of that global cake is your country contributing? That's one. And how many of you are there? Okay? So, in Nigeria, unfortunately, when you count how many of us are there, our nation is one of the nations whose head count is growing at the fastest rate. We grow at almost 3%. Okay? And if you think about other nations that are growing at 1%, it means that we have to actually contribute at a much faster rate. In other words, the rate at which we are contributing to growing that pie must be much faster than other nations, just to start with, based on our population growth rate. Okay? So, unfortunately, we are not growing anywhere at a rate that we should. We've grown in the last 10 years at something between 1 and 1.5%. And our population growth rate has been 3%. So in real terms, our growth rate in productivity is negative. Okay? All right. So then, I tell Nigerians that when we think about Nigeria and our problem will be solved when we can all come together and grow the national pie at a rate, okay, that is not just above our population growth rate, but actually, relative to other nations, is much faster than them. I would say that today Nigeria has to grow at a minimum of 7% per annum, okay, and really, I would say maybe we need to grow at something like 10% per annum for 10 years to make any meaningful headway. Now, how do you then bake this cake? How do you contribute towards baking, a national economy? You can do it through agric, through technology, through many things. The biggest activity that contributes towards the growth of Nigeria today is something called services. In services, you have the gig economy. You know the gig economy? All right? I like to call it, even though people don't like the use of that phrase, I call it the runs economy. But when I say runs, they all start looking at me as if I've used something wrong. But it's, it's like, what are you, I'm on my runs this morning, okay? All right. Now, the problem with the gig economy, the single largest problem we have with the gig economy is that the gig economy in Nigeria is not formal. And when employment is not formal, right, it's very difficult to create a multiplier effect of that employment. When employment is formal, all right, then you make it multiply. It has a fundamentally powerful effect on people. Now, do you know how to make employment formal? There's just one thing. There's one thing that makes employment formal. You know what it is? Have you heard of a TIN number? Tax identification number. So once you start paying tax as an employed person, you're in the formal economy. So now imagine, right, that today, all right, in Nigeria's gig economy, okay, there's somewhere I'm going with this. Nigeria's gig economy, okay, we have something like 35 million SMEs at least, okay, and at least 80 million people working in the gig economy. Imagine, and how many SMEs do you think have TIN numbers? How many of those people in the gig economy do you think have TIN numbers? Now imagine a country where we all had TIN numbers. And I'm not saying TIN numbers from the perspective of tax is a punishment, but if you have your TIN number, okay, right, you could get access to certain things. So imagine if your TIN number as an SME, okay, meant that you could get a loan. Imagine if your TIN number as an individual meant that you could get a credit card and credit on it and a mortgage. That's the type of country. So the things to do to get this country moving, healthcare, okay, all right? Now, to move from where we are today to where we need to be is not something government can do alone. Neither is it something that the private sector can do without the power or the authority of government. which is why Bola is talking about public-private partnerships, okay? There are not many things we need to do to fix Nigeria. Unfortunately, to fix Nigeria, the public sector and the private sector have to work like Siamese twins. Our greatest challenge is that we don't work well together. And it's not the public sector's fault, it's not the private sector's fault, it's just simply that within those two systems, right, not many people are ready to take that pain to force the synergy. We've chosen to, it's painful, but we've chosen to take that pain, right? And how do you take that pain, all right? You've got to create, like you have the LSETF platform, you've got to bring people like Bola, like Idris, into the same room as the public servants, the legislators, and force yourselves, right, to collaborate and work together for the people and for the nation. This is my notion of PPP.
Thank you very much, Ike. And I'm pleased to say that with LSETF, beneficiaries have to be tax registered, and if it's going to be a cumbersome process pre-getting a grant or a loan or any other services, what we do is we go ahead and provide the service, and then post that, we tell them up front, we send their name to the LIRS, so that part of our metrics are how many additional taxpayers are we creating, on a periodic basis. In addition to that, and I guess being also situated in Lagos State, in order to help people like Sami Gube, who's the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Planning, to plan, they need to know how many people are resident in Lagos State. One of the requirements as well is registration with LASRA, which is the Lagos State Residents Agency. And so through that, we're able to not just create jobs, but also help Lagos State and help to increase the formalization of businesses by telling people that it's not about paying taxes, because you can be tax registered but only be liable for zero taxes. It is that you are in a structured and formal system. So I'm glad that you've mentioned that. And indeed, you also said, we don't work well together. Of course, your initiative is one step in that direction. I recall so many years ago when I was working for Citibank, I was trying to push for exchange programs, because when you're struggling with a regulator, it might be useful for them to come into your system and understand how an operator works, and for the operator to go into the regulatory system, obviously subject to certain Chinese rules, and understand what the regulator wants to achieve. And I hope that, with greater influence, it might be something that you can also initiate.
So one of the things that we told in this process of reform, one of the things that we told our counterparts in the civil service was that, why don't you make employment in the civil service an attractive thing for great people like the people in this room? And in terms of this employee value proposition, we said, I actually pushed for this, and I was pleased when Nigeria agreed to create what is called a presidential cohort. What are these? Every year, Nigerian government identifies 150 young men and women, okay, through a very rigorous process that I am having an influence on, and if you know me, that means that the process is rigorous. And so every year, 150, and by the way, this is not just in Nigeria. In Singapore, you have this. In the UK, you have this. Malaysia, you have this. Several other countries around the world have this high potential, high flyers, track. Okay, that's what this is. Okay, and lo and behold, they've designed it. They've gotten presidential approval for it. The first set of 150, are working and so on. And one of the things that is in the development plan is a posting. So all of them are about to join the private sector for, I think, 3 months. Some of them are coming to Lagos. So Enterprise NGR actually has reached out, and I was pleased that they had, I think, 20 slots, and in like a space of 1 week, Nigerian corporates grabbed these people. And I've warned them, nobody should poach any of these men and women. So you're right, and it's happening.
think they will go back all the better for that experience, you know, clearly. You know, when you were talking about Access Bank, you were talking, I mean, a lot of what you said was about intentionality. You know, there was a plan. And if one also looks at, you know, dovetailing from what you said just now about, you know, so one of the things that the AIG Foundation is doing is your intentionality with impact initiatives, okay? Impact initiatives that add to nation building. What is it that really drives you, you know, to do that? What's the, I mean, yeah, the motivation may be obvious, but I think it would be great to understand that core in you that drives you to do what you do.
So, I mean, you already get the sense, obviously, that I'm much older than most people in this room, if not everybody, okay? So I was born in 1966. Bola and I, and a few other people in this room, fall into that generation of people who saw the best of Nigeria. The Nigeria we saw is not the Nigeria you know. And it's very unfortunate. And we carry a great burden. I'll come to that. So when I grew up, okay, I remember going to visit University of Ibadan with my mom when I was 6 or 7. One of her friends was doing her PhD in UI. A Tanzanian woman, one of the most brilliant women in the world, okay? At that time, the most brilliant people in the world went to University of Ibadan to do their postgraduate degrees. That's how good that university was. There's a reason I'm telling you this story. I remember everything about that visit. I remember we ate in the cafeteria. I remember the meal as a 6-year-old, and it was a memorable meal. It was the kind of meal that reminded me of going to eat at Mainland Hotel at that time. Beyond that, I remember going past the swimming pool and the diving boards, okay? Take note, this is early in the 70s, okay? I remember visiting her room, the postgraduate hostels, and I remember when we were there, seeing the cleaning ladies who were cleaning and making beds of the postgraduate rooms. Up till today, my measurement and standard of a great university, I've gone to all the universities you can imagine in this world, visited their facilities and so on, is still UI. Nothing has taken that visit from my mind. When I grew up, okay, my uncles and aunties who were in the arts wrote books that you travel and you will see a book by a Nigerian author in an airport, okay? The artists that we knew, kings and queens sat for them. Kings and queens across the world will call them, I want you to do a portrait of me, Nigerian artists, okay? So the army, I used to follow the military. The Nigerian army was one of, at worst, maybe the top 20 armies in the world. Our military men, when they do extracurricular activities to go to Commonwealth Games and win gold medal, dashing, charming, these were Nigerians like you and I. Okay? That's the country I know. So the notion of that I would have to leave Nigeria to self-actualize never crossed my mind. Okay? And up to this point in time, I am still in that frame of mind. So somewhere things went wrong. And the opportunities we had, they're not open to the people in this hall. It's not their fault. They were born in the same country we were born. They were born by the same people. And by the way, they have the same gifts that we had, which is that we come from a high IQ environment. The IQ of Nigerians is very high. We have so much in natural endowment and so on. So why is their time much worse compared to our time? And for those of us who have benefited so clearly and are privileged for it, can we afford not to make their own time good again? So that's what drives me, okay? And the most important thing that drives me is that I look at other nations, and in 10 years, 15 years, okay, that have had kind of basket case scenarios like we have, especially in Asia, they've been able to turn it around. So we can do the same thing. So for me, if God blesses me now with wealth or with Okay.
With more wealth.
If God has blessed me with wealth,
amen,
and blessed me with other endowments, networks, etc., etc., okay, I think that the least impactful thing for me to do is to write a check, okay, and care not whether any life has been impacted or any life has changed and so on. I think the necessary thing for me to do is to measure my impact in terms of my ability to make many Nigerians enjoy the life I enjoyed and have the prospects that I have. And, so that's how I define impact.
Thank you very much, Ike. I mean, you've made it sound very simple, but I can attest to the fact that that also comes from upbringing. It comes from pedigree and what you enjoyed. Because in reading your book, and I recommend that book to everyone here, it gives further insights into the influence that your mother had on you. Your mother, your parents, but your mom in particular. So I don't think that it's just you. I think it's also the environment. So there's the internal part of it, but there's also the environment in which you grew up. I want us to take a few questions, but just one last question, one question which if you could answer really quickly before we go to the attendees, is the role of financial institutions in job creation. And of course, job creation is really an outcome of a series of activities. We partner in LSETF with banks, we partner with microfinance institutions, we partner with international organizations, some of it on a match funding basis, some of it having built up the credibility, they use us as a platform for their own intervention. So financial institutions would be an enabler, they would be a facilitator. What else do you think that they can do? Because we don't also want our partnerships to be about, yes, give us the money and we'll disperse. We get technical help from some of our international partners. What else can Nigerian finance, when I say financial institutions, I don't mean just banks. You've got insurance companies, you've got pension funds and so on and so forth. What else can they do?
Okay, great question. So, government can employ people, but government in economics cannot create jobs. Do you know who creates jobs? Entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs create jobs. So do you know how job creation takes place? Okay, I'll explain. So remember that notion of productivity, GDP? All right? Okay? So when you need to produce a good or produce a service, listen carefully to me, all right, that is paid for, somebody pays for it, all right, you will need units of production. The first unit of production, so even take it a farm, let's take corn, right? You want to produce corn, all right? To produce corn, you can't, even if government gives fertilizer and dashes fertilizer, without a human being going to that farm, all right, farming or sowing the seed, harvesting the corn and taking it to the farm point and so on, okay? Now that is what creates employment, okay? Now government can stimulate it, government can provide policies, banks can enable it, but it requires entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs could be farmers, could be anything, and you could take it at the larger level of a Dangote, who is a huge entrepreneur. Okay, so once a nation gets that right, okay, and the notion that all we need to do is make entrepreneurship a worthwhile activity in a country, you're on the track to creating jobs. In China, what did they do? In China, they just took a 30-year decision that some entrepreneurs are going to become super wealthy, some are going to become wealthy, and millions of them are going to become well off. Okay? And let's not be shy about it. And for 30 years, they concentrated on that. Okay? In the process, they lifted 600 million people out of poverty to a living standard, 600 million to a living standard that is almost as the same as the typical person in this room. 600 million people. 600 in a 20, 30-year period. Okay? So, for me, all right, what do the banks have to do? The banks have to have a laser-sharp focus on the entrepreneur. And I think that in terms of loans, lending, and things like that, very important. But I think we need to take what you have said, a financial ecosystem view on finance. Let me tell you one of my pet projects now. And I tend to follow my pet projects through. So you will probably be encountering this project soon. So in India, I use the India example. India realized that you have so many entrepreneurs whose key issue in life is that even if through gig, hustle, and so on, they put money into their business, all right, the rate at which they get paid back is the greatest lever for growth. So imagine that you put 500K into your business, all right, you produce, you sell, all right, but it takes you 1 year to get your money back, all right? So lending alone is not going to solve that problem. You need to, so the faster you can convert your activity back into cash, the better for you, correct? Okay. So, you know what they did? The first thing is this notion of TIN and letting everybody appreciate why it makes sense to have a TIN number, all right? So in India, there is a big move towards formalizing a huge informal market, okay? Then they created a digital invoice ecosystem. You know how it works? Every business that has a TIN number, all right, when you supply AIG, so Bola supplies AIG, okay? Maybe she supplies me 100 of this, okay? And each of this, say for, let's say 1,000 naira, 100,000 naira invoice, okay? So Bola is waiting for AIG to pay her back, to pay her for that invoice, okay? Now, there is immediately Bola supplies me, okay, based on her TIN number, Bola can register that invoice in a digital registry that is blockchain based. The registry also has AIG's details. The registry sends a message to AIG, authenticate this invoice and accept it. All of this in milliseconds. AIG accepts it. Immediately AIG accepts it. Bola's invoice goes into an auction system whereby banks are bidding to lend Bola against that invoice at a rate that is not very far from the rate at which government borrows, because the system is that once AIG has accepted that invoice, okay, the system guarantees that that invoice is going to be paid. Do you see it now? That's the kind of thing that Nigeria needs. Do you know how many invoices, right, in Nigeria will probably pass through? Can you imagine how many invoices will probably? Billions. Can you imagine how many entrepreneurs? So you don't need to go to your bank anymore for a loan. You just submit your invoices. Whether it's an invoice you supplied, hamper, you did the what's it called, the canopy for something you supplied. So the velocity of transactions is a game changer, and I'm part of this process. Those are the type of things, and it involves banks, insurance companies, capital markets, and so on. Those are the type of solutions we need to work for.
Thank you very much, Ike. And if you don't pay, they have a way of getting it back from you as well. If not, it also affects your rating system. But the acceptance means that it's good to go, performance risk has been taken care of, and it's payment risk that government then comes in to mitigate by paying me. So my velocity, I can sell quicker, I can convert to cash, and then I can expand my business and create more jobs. So, it's a very, very simple formula. I'd like us to ask, to take one or two questions. Can one of the anchors please help me with that? Can you put your hand up? So I'll take one there and two here, and that's it. But you need to just ask a question.
So which way should I go?
No, there's the gentleman way down there.
This way.
Sorry? Yes, please mention your name and quickly what you do and a question. We'll turn off the mic if you start giving us a speech, please. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Prince Ajulo Hansi. I work for Success Ed Cooperative Society, youth and women. I want to thank Uncle Ak for his presentation. And my question is, you said during your time, the system was okay. Now the system is not okay. Because I know that you have influence with the government, I know that your organization is working with the civil servant and all that. So what can we do to get it right so that the present generation will enjoy some of the things you enjoyed in the past? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This way, Wally, thank you. There are two ladies here. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ebun Feludu, and I run Jam, the coconut food company. We make the finest coconut products on this side of the Atlantic. You need to try it, Mr. Ike. My question is this. In an organization, and you've employed so many people, when you're recruiting, are you looking more for integrity or capacity, or ability to deliver? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Titilayo. I'm from IDGE. So I've read Leaving the Tarmac, and I must say thank you. A couple of my friends have read it. We are entrepreneurs, and there were a lot of useful insight in your book. Thank you, sir. Especially you recommending that we shouldn't build our businesses at the expense of our health. Now, my question is, what 3 habits, sir, will you recommend for entrepreneurs that they should have that would help them scale their businesses? Because it is us that would create the jobs, but the journey is a very mental, taxing one. So what 3 habits will you recommend, sir, that one should cultivate? Thank you.
Thank you. So Prince, nephew Prince. What can we do to get it right?